This is Show Me the Money. 5 teams have an imaginary £100,000 to invest on the London stock market. They have to make as much money as they can. Each week they must buy and sell one stock from their portfolio, but if they lose £10,000 or more, they're off the show. Hello, it's Thursday the 12th of October and you are watching Show Me the Money. On yesterday's programme, we waved goodbye to the tartan traders. At the crucial moment, the value of their portfolio was below £90,000 and according to the Show Me the Money rules, they had to go. Well, today, in the most disastrous run of luck yet on the show, it looks like the racketeers could be following suit. And in the shortest amount of time as well. And here to advise them, our resident shares expert, Tom Winifred, and of course, the racketeers themselves. Now, last week their portfolio was worth a very, very healthy £98,000. What happened? Yesterday was a terrible day on the stock market, so was Monday. Let's take a look at what happened to the racketeers' portfolio. This is how it looked yesterday, guys. Now you know what that means. Now, what happened? Were you watching the show yesterday, Kim?
Well, I was in the garage and waiting for my car to be serviced, and I just happened to be watching the show, and suddenly I saw us being last. Not only were we last, but we were on 88,000, and I panicked. I rang Yan and Chi and told them we're going to be out today. Well,
we just don't know yet. Just in case the racketeers are kicked off the programme today, of course, we've got a new team waiting in the wings. OK, now, just remind us what shares you have. Chi, what have you got?
I've got a Standard Chartered and Osmi Tech.
OK, Kim, what have you got?
Plus and One Click HR.
Right, and Yen?
I have the forever going down shares Energies.
Oh dear. OK, well, the value of the racketeers' portfolio needs to only gain about 2% on yesterday's performance to keep them on the show. Let's find out. It's time for Taking Stock. OK, you ready for this?
Yes.
Yes? Let's have the worst performing share, please, Tom.
The worst performer is One Click HR. It is down 10.5 pence on the week at 62. That's a loss of £3,870.30.
It's quite a lot to lose on 1 week. Kim, that's your share.
Yes, we bought this because it's a company selling human resource software. And last week, I managed to track down the managing director. He was in Bahrain, and I thought things were happening.
Things were looking good, yeah, but it's a technology
sure
stock, basically,
yeah.
Tom,
It was a very confident presentation 2 weeks ago. There's been no bad news, but technology stocks have just taken a pasting across the board, and you can't avoid that.
OK, and you've got quite a few of them in your portfolio. Let's move on to the next one, please, Tom.
Also doing rather badly have been telecom stocks. Thus is down 12.75 pence at £1.12. That's a loss on the week of £1,834.98.
Kim, how's your ego?
This is getting to be a trend, isn't it?
It is beginning to be a trend.
We should have taken advantage of the recovery a few weeks ago. We didn't, and I think we have missed our chance there.
Yeah, now they are, of course, a telecoms company, previously owned, I think, by Scottish Power, weren't they? And telecoms companies just, you know, haven't been in fashion recently.
But I still believe they're quite a good company, and I mean, I will persevere. Really.
You'll persevere. OK, Tom?
Well, Thus, remember, had this statement back in July that its revenue growth wasn't going to be as exciting as we thought. Ever since then, these shares have been totally unloved, and the trend really has not been the friend of the racketeers. 2 or 3 weeks ago, you had an opportunity when there were these stories that it was going to get bid for. They went around, the stories were untrue, the shares have come back, not only because that, but just because loss-making telecoms companies are not flavour of the month.
No, they're certainly not. Even the ones that make the profits aren't flavour of the month right now, which takes us on to the next share, Tom.
Energist, I suspect? Yes, there we are. Energist, down 37.5 pence this week at 421.5. A loss of £1,175.25.
Yeah, and there could be a glimmer of hope here. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous when it's lost another £1,000, but I think it was worse yesterday.
It was worse yesterday. I think despite the good comments by Goldman Sachs last week, it still didn't do them any favour.
Yeah, I mean, Goldman Sachs, you know, don't always know everything, Tom.
No, brokers have been, you know, generally sort of warming to Energist over the past couple of weeks because the shares have fallen so much. But, you know, telecoms companies have been warnings from a number of companies involved in the mobile industry about slowdown in growth. These sectors, again, Energist is not making massive profits, not making profits at all, in fact. These sort of companies are totally out of favour, and the sell-off has been fairly indiscriminate. Maybe a little bit of a bounce today, but still, it's been another shocking week.
Yeah, it has. Let's have the next share, please, Tom. Looking for a green arrow, oh no.
Standard Chartered down 51.25 pence at £9.45, a loss of £1,026, 3 pence.
Chi, right. So telecoms haven't done you much good, neither have tech stocks. But banks haven't been doing very well this week either, have they?
No, this is just a small setback, I think, because it's in the FTSE 100.
Ever confident, yeah.
It's in FTSE 100. What happened this week with the FTSE, you know, it's bound to be affected.
Okay,
So
it's a bit more than that, isn't it, Tom?
Of course, a lot of small setbacks makes one big setback. Standard Chartered, it had a good run the week before. I think there's also the fact that if people are worried about the global economy slowing down next year, the sort of markets which really will be hit the hardest will be emerging markets, developing markets, possibly some of the Asian economies. And that's precisely where Standard does all its business. So there's a bit of nerves there.
Where they lend money, of course. Yeah. OK, let's move on to the top performing share. We've got to have one.
Well, you have a winner, Osmotec. Up a penny at 23.25, a profit on the week of £862.54. Last week's selection, I think.
Why did you say, oh no? It just went up. You've actually made some money, £862. You've got to try a bit harder.
It's before, during the week.
Oh, I see.
So
you thought
hence the oh no.
Hence the oh no. OK. Tell us about Osmotec.
Osmotec, I think they managed to buck the trend this week because they had a very positive research result from yesterday.
Yeah, Tom, tell us about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is very good because loss-making healthcare-related electronic stocks have had a fairly appalling week. But Osmotec has made ground. They had an announcement on Monday. They had some clinical data on a trial of 1,000 patients of one of their products in Manchester. Very, very positive. So that looked good. The company itself described it as a significant breakthrough, and supporters believe there's going to be more of a news flow coming through over the coming months. You know, some brokers talking about these shares doubling and more. So this stock has done phenomenally well against a tough backdrop.
We still don't know whether the racketeers are staying or going. It's a really, really close-run thing. OK, let's look at the change over the week, Tom. How much have they lost?
Well, quite clearly, it's not been a very good week. They've lost £7,040.32.
OK, let's look at the shares since you bought them.
It's not a pretty picture, I'm afraid. Osmotec is your one winner, and these two telecoms companies, without wishing to be too smug, I have been warning you all the way along. They have been very, very bad news to your portfolio. OK, it's crunch time. Do the racketeers stay or go? Tom, show me the money. £100,000 was what the racketeers had when they started the show 5 weeks ago. Today, the portfolio is worth £91,158.70.
Oh, yeah, you're still here. Can you believe that? I mean, we've been watching your portfolio, I've got to tell you, all morning, all last night, and you were kind of £10 below, £10 above, but you've just managed to claw yourselves back.
We came in this morning fully expected to be kicked out, really.
Yeah. You nearly were.
There you are.
OK, you nearly were.
Second chance here.
You've got a second chance, and you reckon you can do it now, Kim? You're going to win?
We have to have several meetings to discuss this, and we must change our strategy, I think.
You should start investing in stocks that go up.
Yes, that's normally quite a good way to make money. OK, Tom, they did make a couple of terrible decisions, it's got to be said, and you missed a big opportunity.
2020 hindsight's a very useful thing. A couple of weeks ago, you considered investing in Pan Resources, the Irish oil explorer. Shares were then 21.5p. Since then, they've zoomed up. I actually had an email from the Bolivian jungle from Pan last night. So, interesting what's happening there. More on tomorrow's show about that. But they've zoomed up to 35.25p. So, had you gone with Pan you'd have made a profit of about £12,000 just on that one stock.
Who thought of Pan
Kim. Me.
Kim. OK, well, you could have redeemed yourself, but you didn't. OK, well, by the end of last Friday's show, Pan had made the freshers, because of course they did buy it, an incredible £10,000. So close, and yet so far. It's time to sell, sell, sell. OK, they're spoilt for choice, really, aren't they? Because the racketeers have got to sell one of those stocks. Tom, will you write down which one you think they should get rid of? You're not tempted to play the Joker this week, are you, by any chance?
Can I play the Joker?
No, you can't. OK, what do you want to sell? Kim?
I think one-click HR has had its run, and I don't think it will recover itself.
Downwards?
We can't expect it to recover itself in the next 5 weeks. So I suggest that we sell that, really.
Okay, Yen?
I'm definitely going for one click as well. I think we got the most money in one click, and we should get out and maybe put into something that will make us a healthy profit, hopefully.
Okay, good idea. Chi?
I still want to get rid of Fuss, and simply because if we're going to play Joker next week, which we intend to, I think we'll discuss about that after the show. So it's to sell Fuss.
Right, well, it's your decision, Chi. You know the other two want to do one-click HR.
Yeah.
Oh dear, look at the
Is this a
looks
team
that are
game
going
or-
across. It is a team game, kind
It's a
of.
team
I mean,
game,
you can
two
do what you like,
against one.
I suppose.
Yes.
Okay, one click HR then.
Right.
Well done.
Okay, well, you could live to regret that, of course. Tom?
I really was sport for choice, but Energis, I just can't see the stock going anywhere in a hurry.
Okay, well, you're going to sell one-click HR anyway at 62 pence. How much have they got to invest, if I can use that word?
In part two, the Racketeers will have £22,853.20 to speculate.
Right, so this is a really, really important decision. It's a last-minute reprieve for the Racketeers. They're on the show for another week. After the break, a visiting chief executive could be putting the Racketeers on the road to recovery. And for the victims of ramping on bulletin boards, today's tipster will have some words of advice. Hurry back. While Anita Roddick was setting up the Body Shop in Brighton in 1976, what was her husband doing? Was he writing a novel, riding a horse from Brazil to New York, or living in a commune? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
Same phone, different phone. The new Ericsson A2618. Check it.
Not all babies are born equal. For instance, some have sensitive skin. Does Thomas? Or Jake? Holly? Or Daisy? Not all baby products are equal either. Now here's one that's been clinically tested and proven to be specially suitable for sensitive skin. New Pampers Sensitive Nappies and Wipes. Specially made for Thomas, Jake, Holly, or Daisy.
The old ways are flat. The vacuum's missing spots. That old broom's stirring up.
Swiffer is the new, easy-to-assemble system for dusting floors and home surfaces.
Sweeping and a sliding, sweeping and a gliding. Here comes Swiffer Sweeper.
Swiffer cloths have a honeycomb structure and use electrostatic action to attract and trap dust and hair. Swiffer cloths are also ideal for dusting by hand, and when they're full up, you just throw them away. The Swiffer way to dust.
With 1 million bars to be won instantly, there's 1 million chances to touch someone. It's beautiful.
A new generation. A new generation fabric conditioner is Lenore's Fabric Enhancer. Now called Downy.
Do something special with your money, and you could turn it into lots more money. The Red Hot Penny Shares newsletter shows you how to invest in small company shares with potentially scorching results. Last year, the shares we recommended rose by an average of 52%. That's 10 times more than the interest you'd have got from a building society account. Red Hot Penny Shares gives you the hottest news on small company shares before the city traders have caught on. So call for our free report and find out how to enter the exciting world of penny shares. Call 0800 0193 193 now for your free Red Hot Penny Shares report. That's 0800 0193 193.
In part one, we asked what Anita Roddick's husband was doing while she was setting up the Body Shop in 1976. The answer is B, riding a horse from Brazil to New York. Gordon Roddick fulfilled a lifelong dream. And for a change, Body Shop announced some better first-half results today. Profits are actually up 12% and the shares were up tuppence to just over £1. Welcome back to Show Me the Money, live on Channel 4, of course, and live on the internet at channel4.com. Later in the programme, one of the least trusted characters in Britain, a used car salesman, will face the task of winning over our team. But first, a tip from Mark Pritchard, who knows more than most about internet bulletin boards. Mark, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
First of all, we ought to explain perhaps what bulletin boards are for those people who don't know. They're basically chat rooms, aren't they, for investors?
That's right. I mean, the first thing to say is I run a website called digitallook.com. It's a company research website, has links to all the newspapers, all the tips analysis, all the financials and fundamental data, as well as a roundup of bulletin board comments.
Okay, so there are other things on the... But at the end of the day, I'm sure a lot of people use it for the bulletin boards because they're very, very popular. They've also been quite often criticised on this show and elsewhere because people use them to try and push up share prices, don't they?
Well, the bulletin board is basically an open forum for anyone to discuss investment issues. Some people do misuse them. There have been a lot of cases of ramping and even downright deceitful behaviour. One example is Pacific Media, that was ramped. It was supposed to be the future of e-commerce in Asia, when all it was a chain of cinemas in Asia. Bulletin board descended into farce when people started impersonating the chief executive. The share price went through the roof and subsequently collapsed.
So obviously, a pinch of salt is required, but I mean, do you still think they're useful?
Yeah, they're definitely useful, but they have their place. And the point about websites such as digitallook.com is they put it in the context of all the newspapers, all the fundamentals. The point is do your own research, find out what the company does, don't blindly follow a tip.
Okay, hope you sell your tip as well if you've just sold your website.
Thank you.
Go on then, what's your tip for the racketeers?
My tip for today is Pathos Technologies. It's a company that designs and develops chips for the next generation of mobile phones. They have a range of products ranging from MP3 software, the next generation of digital music, through GPS, which is a positioning system, allows you to locate any person within about 10 metres. The point here is the American government has said every cellular operator in America has to be able to locate any mobile phone user for emergency services by October 2001. Okay?
Scary thought, and Pathos is part of one of the companies that could benefit from this.
Pathos is one of the few companies that's put GPS on a chip. They are loss-making. They had a very successful IPO in April, raised over $133 million. They got a lot of cash in the bank. They're not about to go bust.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, they run the business on licensing agreements.
Like
Arm. It's that business model. It does seem like a solid business. It's got a solid balance sheet. That is in its favour. The question you have to ask yourself is, it's already worth well over £1 billion, so is it not discounting quite a lot of good news, given that it's currently loss-making? So that's a company-specific question. The other one is sort of more market-specific. If the market for tech stocks remains volatile, not to say it's somewhat bearish, then however good a company it is, it's going to be very hard for the shares to outperform against that sort of backdrop.
Have they survived the recent tech sell-off in the last couple of days, okay?
They've fallen the last couple of days. They bounced back today. One of the points is they have actually got both equity and strategic alliances with ARM and 3Com.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Mark Pritchard. Well, the racketeers know from experience that the price of shares tipped on the programme can often start rising. Their shares don't always start rising, but the tip ones do. So if they choose to follow Mark's advice, we'll let them have Pathos Technology at the current price of 257.5 pence. Okay, it's decision time. Let's buy. Okay, now you're all discussing, and I know why you need to, because it's a big decision. But Yen, first of all, you've got a company for us.
I picked Orbis this week.
Orbis?
Orbis, yeah. It's a property and security services. It was tipped by Richard Ribelin about 2 weeks ago. And I was...
and you didn't buy it, did you?
But it wasn't my choice to pick the share for that week, unfortunately.
Right, okay, so you're thinking about buying it this week?
That's right.
Tom?
Yeah, it was a good job I didn't buy it 2 weeks ago because the shares have fallen since then, fallen back from the low 40s to 38 3/4. This company, it had a very bad 1999. There was a rather dramatic warning about profits, or rather the lack of them. But this year it's back on the path to profitability. And it's forecast to actually deliver quite respectable earnings growth over the next couple of years, yet trades on a forward price-earnings ratio of only about 11.
Relatively cheap.
So relative to the market, it looks cheap. If it hits its numbers, certainly it is a bit cheap. I'm not quite certain I like the graph, but it does seem to have a lot going in its favour.
Okay, Chi, you're next. You've got to redeem yourself.
Yes. For this week, I chose a company called Electronic Boutiques. They are the retailer of computer software and video games. And then with the Christmas coming up, I think short-term gain is definitely going to be there.
Okay, they've had a bit of a patchy track record though, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they haven't done quite so well in the past, Tom.
Electronics Boutique, much tipped by the former Mirror correspondents last year. But they actually had a very patchy 99. If we look at the chart, you'll see they had a calamitous profits warning. Shares came back to about 20 in the middle of the summer. They have recovered since then. In fact, they had interim results just the other day. They actually made a first-half loss, but they had a very confident statement about second-half trading. They were talking about like-for-like sales growth, increasing margins. They're looking forward to the launch of PlayStation 2 on November 24th, and brokers are looking for them to make a decent full-year profit and to be back on the recovery path in terms of consistent earnings growth thereafter. I've got a few questions about the sort of structure of the video and computer games market, how people are going to download it directly from the internet and therefore bypass shops like this. So I have long-term reservations. But if the numbers are correct, then there is a case for buying these shares at 59 pence.
At the end of the day, the trend is certainly upwards at the moment, isn't it? OK, Kim, what do you think about those two choices?
I think the electronics boutique is a bit risky.
Oh, yeah.
And we need to
What, more risky than Energis or Thus or One Click HR or any of the other shares you've bought recently?
Well, that's not fair.
that is a bit unfair. That's a bit unfair. OK, and what about Orbis?
Orbis, it's OK.
It's okay.
I'll wait for the MD to convince us.
OK, all right. Well, the Racketeers told me that they regretted not buying into last week's pitch, Provalis. Will they be swayed by today's chief executive? This business, I have to say, isn't renowned for inspiring confidence in its customers. That's very cruel. But anyway, it's car company Dixon Motors. Tom?
Dixon Motors isn't just a seller of cars, it also owns jamjar.com, which is an internet seller of cars. It has a 50% share in bikenet.com, which is going to float on AIM later this year, and that is involved in the selling of motorcycle parts and accessories. This industry is actually going through a fairly tough time, and some of its competitors haven't performed well, but Dixon's had results just the other day. Earnings per share were up by 6%, and brokers are forecasting full-year growth as well. Perhaps that's why the shares have actually been a good investment this year. Now trading at 166p, valuing the company at just over £50 million.
OK, backing the trend in the industry. We've heard about his company. Now let's meet the chief executive, Paul Dixon, in today's 60-second pitch. Paul, welcome to the show. Paul Dixon. Any connection?
Yes, family connection with the company, founder of the company as well, and very much at the forefront of changing the investors' and customers' perception of the industry that you referred to earlier.
OK, good, right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. You've managed to earn a bit more than 60 seconds like that. OK, you've got 60 seconds to pitch to the Racketeers, and your time starts now.
Dixon is a major player in the car and motorcycle market. In the past 5 years, turnover has grown from 140 million to 670 million, and the number of retail sites from 28 to 80. We have several significant strengths. As one of the largest retailers, the recent competition inquiry has allowed us to use our purchasing power to benefit the customer and improve margins. Low prices are here to stay, and to maintain them, you need the lowest cost base. We achieve this, and a world first, with the opening of Dixon Distribution. Every product will be prepared at the centre. We have centralised administration, stripped out cost, and freed up employees' time to improve customer service levels. Jamjar and bikenet.com give Dixon excellent opportunities in e-commerce without significant capital outlay, and again, both are market leaders. Dixon has an enthusiastic management team who are pushing back the traditional barriers of car retailing, and the company represents an excellent medium-term investment. Our current share price of 166 compares with net assets of £2.10, and our broker's short-term target price is 250.
Hey, thank you very much indeed. Very succinct. Thank you very much. OK, let's have some questions. Chi?
Yes, aren't you worried about the competition from the imported cars, which are generally 10 to 15% cheaper than the new ones in Britain?
We have faced that, although the recent competition inquiry has moved very much in our favour, with the manufacturers reducing prices, and even today Vauxhall announcing a further 13% reduction in prices across the range. That's good news for us. The gap has now shortened. The manufacturers have created difficulties in sourcing right-hand drive cars on the continent as well. So as far as the consumer's concerned, if they can buy in the UK at a competitive price, they'll choose to do so. We led the field when the Competition Commission announcement came out in June. We published the Dixon Rail price list. We compared recommended retail prices with actual transaction prices. We'd never been able to do that before. The Competition Commission inquiry removed the barriers of advertising that were imposed on us by the manufacturers. So the pent-up demand is now being released.
OK, Yen, can I go to you?
How has the high cost of petrol affected your sales?
Well, all the manufacturers have got in very fuel-efficient cars. I mean, the sheer fact is that there are not other transport means. We're in an industry that sells consistently 2 million new cars a year and 6 million used cars. So the public has to get from A to B. We've seen very little effect on that, but the focus is on the car manufacturers to produce energy-efficient cars.
Tom?
A number of other car dealers have had profits warnings. Surely you can't defy gravity forever, aren't you going to have one?
Well, I think, as I explained with Open Dixon Distribution, we're looking at how we can take cost out of the business, how we can become more efficient like other retailers. The motor industry is light years beyond the food industry, for example, in the way it distributes its products. Yet it's an industry, both cars and bikes, that's in excess of 40 billion. So we see very much it's at our end to take cost out, use our purchasing power, which we now have got significant purchasing power, to leverage it against the manufacturers.
Just a quick one from me. I mean, really on the same sort of thing that Tom's saying. Anyone knows who's tried to sell a used car recently or tried to buy one, or when they've spoken to dealers, you're told that the market is very depressed. And I mean, you'd even go as far as to say that, you know, the bottom's fallen out of it. I've heard everything you've had to say about cutting costs, but aren't your margins under pressure?
Margins have been under pressure for quite some time, but again, I go back to using our purchasing power, the formulation of Dixon Distribution, where we are increasing our margins. Our purchasing power is helping us increase margins for our benefit, our shareholders' benefit, and for the customer as well. Sales of new cars are down 1.7% nationally up to the end of September, so that's not a market that's falling off a cliff.
OK, thank you very much indeed. The Racketeers have got 4 shares to choose from now. They've got Parthas Technology, which we froze at 257.5 pence. They've got Orbis, which I think was Yen's idea. We've got Electronics Boutique, which came from Chi, and we have got Dixon Motors at 166. Well, whilst the Racketeers decide which one to opt for this week, and it's a crucial decision, do remember, Show Me the Money is a game, of course. If you're investing for real, always do your own research and beware of bulletin boards. OK, what are you thinking? Kim?
I think that it's a bit difficult for us to try to get ourselves out of this very sticky situation. We need short-term gains urgently. I strongly believe that Orbis can help us recover in the short term.
Right. Chi, what do you think?
I don't quite like the sound of this motto, you know, because I think competition is too strong.
Right.
I'm going to stick to my Electronic Boutique.
Help. OK, yeah. Yen? You're spokesperson. You've got to get your team out of this hole.
Yes, I will try.
What are you going to do?
I'm definitely going to buy Orbis, because I think I've been reading some magazine, and Orbis has always come up with some positive.
Right, OK. You're going to go for Orbis. Bad luck, Paul. Thank you for a super pitch. Tom, what do you reckon?
I'd thought in terms of limiting the downside, at least Dixon Motors offers a yield of 6.5%. That is going to stop the shares falling too much, which has not been so far the Racketeers' track record.
OK. Well, on Tuesday last week, the Racketeers were in first position. On yesterday's show, they were last. Let's find out where they are today. In 6th place, the Racketeers with 91,320. You've dropped a bit. Oh, dear. OK. In 5th position, I presume it's the FTSE 100. Yes, it is. In 4th place, it's the Likely Lads, dropping down to 96. In 3rd place, we've got the Saratogas, yesterday's new team. In the middle, in 2nd place, we've got the Dolly Dealers with 98,000. Powder Jet doing very well for them at the moment. And in 1st place, the Freshers with £114,902 on tomorrow. No matter what the market does, they're doing OK. That's all for today. We shall see you tomorrow. But thank you to Paul Dixon, to Yen, to Kim and Chi. Congratulations on staying on the show. Thanks to our tipster, Mark Pritchard, as well. And thank you to our reserve team. I expect we'll meet them again sometime soon. OK, we'll see you tomorrow, 12:30, Channel 4. Hey!
And for the chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, go to the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money.
On the London stock market, they have to make as much money as they can. Each week they must buy and sell one stock from their portfolio, but if they lose £10,000 or more, they're off the show. Good luck for what it's worth. Hello, it's Thursday the 19th of October, and you are watching a very tense edition of Show Me the Money. Last week was a terrible one for the stock market as the FTSE slumped 3%. We saw thousands of pounds knocked off our team's portfolios, and all eyes were on the Racketeers, who were suffering, it has to be said, the most. Well, last week they survived by the skin of their teeth. They are back to fight another round. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Has this affected your work, Yen, being on the show?
Yes, I've been sort of monitoring my shares and looking at the website, and it's sort of quite tense and not concentrating too much on work.
What about you, Kim? You've been watching the show and sort of waiting to find out whether you were on or off?
I've been watching every day. I've heard what you said about us.
OK, well, let's just remind ourselves how much the Racketeers portfolio was worth at 20 to 1 last Thursday when I said, show me the money. It was worth £90,951, less than £1,000 away from being thrown off the show. Guys, a very narrow escape, because let's see what happened 3 hours later. Your portfolio was then worth, at 3 o'clock, £89,500. If it wasn't for the fact that we're on at lunchtime, I'm afraid you wouldn't be here. OK, on to a completely different subject. Tom, you are our share pro, but I understand that you are not our tennis pro.
Yeah, I had a game of tennis this week with Yen, because we live quite close to each other, and I don't think the scoreline quite reflected the closeness of the match. I haven't played for quite a while, and Yen does have professional coaching.
And what was the score, Tom?
It's not a non-accurate reflection. There's a lot of close games, but technically I lost 6-love, 6-love.
And Yen, what was his tennis like?
His tennis, I think he probably need years of practice before I can play with me.
OK, now, Kim, you've got a special fan.
I have, yes. My niece in Kuala Lumpur, Sarah, she's watching this live first time.
Yeah, on the internet?
On the internet, indeed.
OK, well, hi, Sarah, if she can see us.
Hi, Sarah.
We have to
Hi,
wave
Sarah.
a lot, because it's a bit difficult to see it on the internet, I think. But anyway, remind us which shares have been giving you palpitations. Chi.
I've had a Standard Chartered and Osmitech.
And Kim?
I have Dust.
And Yen?
I have Orbis and Energies.
OK, let's find out if your run of bad luck has finally stopped in taking stock. OK, Tom, I think we'd better get through this painful news quickly, and we better have the worst share for the Racketeers, please.
Worst performing share is Osmitech, maker of electronic noses, down 1 3/4 pence at 21 3/4, loss of £1,509. Remember, they had an announcement 2 weeks ago, went up on that. This is still loss-making, slightly speculative.
Yeah, and a technology stock, really, at the end of the day. Now, it's not too bad a loss, but I seem to remember, Chi, you were really hopeful that Osmitech would save you, weren't you?
Yes, because they design, they develop, and they manufacture, you know, this kind of odor and gas detection machinery.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know, if there's a breakthrough, the price would shoot.
Yeah, but no breakthrough.
We need to take
Great long-term play, short-term problems.
OK.
Next is Thus, down 6 3/4 pence at 105 1/4. That's lost Yen, £971.46.
OK, the telecoms company, spun off Wilson Scottish Power, it's now nearly £1, Kim. I mean, do you not think you might perhaps have been wise to get rid of it earlier in the series?
Well, it's always good to have
hindsight,
really, but there is a lot of competition out there, and I don't think at the moment they are surviving.
OK.
Remember, they had a dull trading statement in July, and the whole sector's been totally out of favour. Next is Orbis, last week's selection, a security firm, down 1.5p at 37 1/4, a loss of £884.63. This stock had a very good run up until being selected after seen as a recovery play. As such, it's a recovery play. It's always a bit speculative, nervous markets.
Kind of story of the Racketeers portfolio, isn't it? Really good run until you picked it, and then suddenly, unfortunately, it starts losing money. I know. I mustn't be too cruel. You've had such bad luck, haven't you? And Orbis is yet another example. OK, Tom, let's have the next share.
Next is Standard Chartered, down 14 3/4 pence at 9.30 1/2, a loss of only £295.30. Remember, exposure to Asia and also to the Middle East. Middle East has local problems at the moment, and also those economies are sort of most fragile ones. If the world economy does slow down, they're the ones that will do badly.
Chi, I mean, I know you had great faith in Standard Chartered. I mean, do you still have faith that, you know, the tiger economies that it serves and where it has its markets are going to recover?
Maybe I have to do my homework.
Yes, I think so. OK, let's move on to the top performing share. Let's have one winner for the Racketeers this week.
Top performing share. After being the biggest loss maker for the whole of the past 6 weeks, Energis has finally done 41.5p now at 462 and a quarter. A profit on this week of 1,361. Remember, they had an appalling run, so I guess it's just a bit of speculative bottom fishing there.
Okay, but pretty good news still, Yen. That's a pretty substantial gain, isn't it?
For this week, yes, it is.
For this week. Okay, let's get the real picture. This is where we see how the shares have done since you bought them.
Not well. This looks a bit like my tennis. Thus and Energous, the two loss-making telecoms companies, they're the ones who've really dragged you down, but I'm afraid nothing really in profit.
Okay, right. It's the big moment, guys. I'm sorry I've got to tell you, but we're going to have to find out whether you are on the show or not. You've managed to survive another 7 days. We're not sure ourselves, but we've got a new team, I'm afraid we have to do this, waiting in the wings to come on the programme in case your portfolio is worth less than £90,000. I think we better find out. Tom, show me the money.
6 weeks ago, we gave the racketeers an imaginary, thankfully an imaginary, £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, your portfolio is worth £89,011.56. I'm sorry, guys.
That's it. I'm really sorry. I mean, if it had been £5, we could have done a quick, got the hat out, but I'm afraid it's 1,000.
In fact, I've got 1,000 actually to put up with it to make it tonight.
Lisa, you've been such great sports. You really have. You've been great fun.
Thank you. Yeah, we enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, we've enjoyed the show very much, and we've learned quite a lot. It was quite an amazing experience for us, and for putting up with us, we have...
surprise for you, too.
Yes, we've got a surprise. We're going to find out what went wrong in a minute, but first of all, you want to do your surprise now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom, this is for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
get presents every time we send people off the programme.
Very nice.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Okay, right, back to business. I'm afraid this is where we put you through the painful experience of finding out where you went wrong. Tom, where did they go wrong?
Well, I mean, there were a number of decisions which, with hindsight, weren't so hot. Last week, they were offered the chance to buy Parthos Technology. It was a technology stock. I can understand the nervousness in buying that, but actually, Parthos has announced a new deal with Cyan. Shares have zoomed up from £2.50 to £3.12.5. So despite the fact that tech stocks have been taking a total beating, you could have made £4,000 if you'd backed Parthos. You'd have still been on the show.
Yeah, you were with the wrong technology stocks, because on that note, Tom, I mean, the two that really just lost money from the beginning with us and Energous, weren't they?
They were. I mean, I think, maybe one of the things which the guys have learned for their own portfolios is that you should run with the winners and cut the losers. And right from the word go, it was clear that Energous and Thus were on a bad run, and they should just cut those positions.
Okay, come on, let's put a smile on their faces. You did make a couple of very good decisions, didn't they, Tom? Jacques Vert was one.
Jacques Vert was an outstanding call. They bought that in week 1, sold it in week 2, and they made a quick £7,000 profit. But it's not been the only. It's not been the only good decision. Health Clinic, it was a 60-second pitch, a very impressive pitch. They bought at 160 and flipped that and made a quick turn, sold at 170 a week later. Yeah. So they made some very good trading calls.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes, we did.
We had a wonderful time, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, it's been great fun having you. Thank you very much indeed for being
We'll drink
on the
that
show.
after I've beaten you at tennis next time.
Chi, Kim and Yen, thank you very much indeed for being on the programme. Okay, well, it's a brave team that accepts a place on the show after the loss of the racketeers. Rising to the challenge, a couple who believe Show Me the Money will be the test of their marriage. We'll be meeting them together with their sister in just a few moments. Plus, if you thought the racketeers have had a hard time, wait until you hear from today's tipster. He has lived through the Wall Street crash, the slump of the 30s, and the oil crisis of 73. Don't move, we'll be right back. Which head of state refused to suspend trading on the stock market, saying it's going to be a lot easier to close than to open? Was it Margaret Thatcher, Mikhail Gorbachev, or Ronald Reagan? Find out after the break.
Do something special with your money, and you could turn it into lots more money. The Red Hot Penny Shares newsletter shows you how to invest in small company shares with potentially scorching results. Last year, the shares we recommended rose by an average of 52%. That's 10 times more than the interest you'd have got from a building society account. Red Hot Penny Shares gives you the hottest news on small company shares before the city traders have caught on. So call for our free report and find out how to enter the exciting world of penny shares. Call 0800 0193 193 now for your free Red Hot Penny Shares report. That's 0800 0193 193.
bad news from home.
Food that you'll long to come home to. A new range of well-loved traditional recipes at Marks & Spencer.
Something is happening to washing up. A new liquid that cuts through grease 50% better than the best of the rest. New Fairy Liquid, the best grease cutting ever from the best fairy ever. It's what washing up's been waiting for.
Hello and welcome to Family Finance. And let's start by taking a look at tomorrow's headlines.
Well, that would be nice. But in fact, it's difficult to predict what's going to happen today, let alone tomorrow. Which is why, for peace of mind and security, everybody should have life insurance.
Cornhill Direct have developed the Guaranteed Cashback Plan to offer life insurance with a difference. It provides cover up to £125,000, so your loved ones won't face financial hardship if the worst should happen. And cashback for you if it doesn't.
The Guaranteed Cashback Plan costs from as little as £8 a month. And the really good news is that if nothing happens to you, after 15 years, you're guaranteed half of your premiums back. So that's a full 15 years life cover, plus a handy lump sum at the end of the term. What's more, your last year's cover is completely free.
To find out more about Guaranteed Cashback and how it can help your future, call 0800 214 215 now. That's 0800 214 215.
Flash wipes tackle the hard work, so you don't have to.
If every time Uncle George made a cup of tea, he boiled just the water he needed, in a week he'd save enough energy to light his house for a day. Or, if you switch the lights off when you leave the room, you could spend a few more pennies on a newspaper. And if we walked instead, we'd all benefit from cleaner air, get some exercise, and work up a bit of a sweat. Take showers, not baths, and you'll save enough water each week to make 1,000 cups of tea.
Every time you make a cup of tea.
Yeah, I know. The environment. Are you doing your bit?
In part one, we asked which head of state refused to suspend trading on the stock market, saying it's going to be a lot easier to close than to open. The answer is C, Ronald Reagan. He said it on Black Monday in 1987. And this will send a shiver down your spine. Today is the 13th anniversary of Black Monday, the day Wall Street crashed and $1 trillion has wiped off the value of US stocks. We didn't do too well in London, I seem to remember, either. It's been a Black Thursday for the racketeers. We've had to wave goodbye to them in part one. Here to replace them, though, because we are cutthroat on this game, is a new team of investors, the Motor Mouths, Sue, Kevin and Joe. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Now, we caught a brief glimpse of you last week when we thought the racketeers were going to go off the show. What was your week been like, waiting to find out whether you were on or not?
It's been very nerve-wracking. It's been up and down, very well. Up and down all week.
Could you actually watch, Sue?
I do, and I record it
Yeah?
to watch in the evening with Kevin as well.
Yeah.
So I'm sad, I watch it twice.
That is a bit sad, actually. Can you just explain how the relationship works between the three of you, Kevin?
Sue and I are married. We've been married now for nearly 10 years, and we met many moons ago when we worked in the bank together. And Jo is my sister-in-law, and I've known Jo since she was about 11 years old.
Now, Joe, you are quite new to the share game. How have you found it?
I mean, Mum and Dad have always dabbled in shares, and my other sister and my brother. So I'm the green one left in the family.
God, the whole family doing it. It's lots of people to ask questions and get advice from. OK, well, as with all the other teams, the Motor Mouths were given an imaginary £100,000 to invest on the London stock market. They bought shares in 5 companies exactly 1 week ago. OK, team, which were the shares that you went for, Sue?
Art Developments and Amy.
Kevin?
And I opted for Railtrack and Horace Clarkson.
And Joe?
Grosvenor Land Holdings.
All right, let's find out how their stocks are doing in taking stock. Now, as you probably know, if you've seen the show, which you do twice a day, that we give you live share prices, and we also always start with the worst performing share. Tom?
Yeah, worst performing share, not surprisingly, I'm afraid, is Railtrack. Down 51.5p at £10.18.5, a loss of £923 obviously, you know, the crash in Hatfield has hit sentiment, and there's got to be fears. The chief executive has stayed, he's not resigned, but there's got to be fears there's going to be much tighter regulation on rail track, and that would inevitably push up costs and reduce profits.
Yeah, and sort of still uncertainty really sort of hanging around about whether the chief executive is eventually going to stay. But Kevin, long term, you still think this is a good investment?
I believe so, yes. They've also got interest in property division in the retail and office sectors. I think as a long-term investment, it should come back, definitely.
Okay. Tom, let's have the next share, see if we can do any better.
Next is Grosvenor Land, a little property company, unchanged at 10.25 pence. This is a little property company that's run by a guy, Douglas Blawston. His family have been in property for years and years and years and years, so he really does know the business. It's a very small company, so it seems to be trading at a discount to its net assets, but there's rarely a market in the stock.
Yeah, I mean, the shares aren't too often traded. By the way, we've got to say right now, you're already breaking even on share number 2, so it looks like your portfolio is not doing too badly at all. Jo, Grosvenor Land, as we've said, quite a small company, not traded very often. Why did you pick it?
It's an investment company which trades in land and buildings. They buy up small properties. Principal income is from rental. Rental income has doubled. Profits up more than 50%. And they're undervalued. I think they're going to go up.
OK, well, let's hope so for your sake. Tom, let's have the next share, please.
Next, excuse me, is Barratt Developments, up 6.5 pence on the week at 2.75. Profit of £504.79. House builder reported record results just a few weeks ago. Very confident on the trading. So people looking for a big increase again this year. I suppose the only concern is that if the housing market does downturn, that at some stage you're going to have a sharp fall in profits. People looking 18 months ahead, that is a possibility. And that, I suspect, is why the shares trade on a relatively low price-earnings ratio.
Yeah. Having said that, though, I mean, they did have very good results, didn't they? And they've also got a good order book, I think, going forward.
They have, yes. I mean, the pre-tax profits were up 31%. And they've been going, since 1995, they've increased in sales, has grown, and everything else has got better as well.
So are you kind of confident that Barratt Homes, I mean, even if we do have a bit of a downturn, you're still confident? You think that they'll still have to keep building lots of houses and plenty in the
obviously, I mean,
south east?
where we come from in Milton Keynes, we need houses all the time.
Yeah.
Of course, since 1995, the housing market has been on a strong upward curve.
Yeah.
So the rise in Barratt's profits since then, it's not entirely a coincidence.
All right, let's have another share. We know it's going to be another winner for the Motor Mouse.
Next is Amy, up 55 pence at 16.32.5. Profit of £701.25. This is a facilities management and construction company, also involved in the rail industry. Recently raised more money at £12.70 to expand its business. And they had a few problems earlier in the year with the rail side of the business, but generally seems to be on a sort of long-term growth trend.
So you're doing really well. Making money in these markets is not easy, as a lot of our other teams, including the Racketeers, have discovered. Why did you pick Amy?
Mainly because they're a strong company and their share price has doubled in a year, and they just seem to be getting better and better.
Yeah. By the way, we just ought to point out Grosvenor Land, not often traded, but fortunately for you, it just has been. It's up £0.5p, and that's made you £1,000, which is always quite fun. OK, let's have the top performing share, please, for the Motor Mouse.
The top performing share is Horace Clarkson, up 20p at £1.30. This is a company involved in a range of shipping services, has an internet angle, but despite that, its recent statements on trading have been very, very positive, very good, very strong results, and some indirect share buying.
It's a cracking start. Look at that, £3,500. I'm pretty amazed by that. The freshers are going to be feeling very nervous, I think, before they come in tomorrow. Horace Clarkson, why did you pick them, Kevin?
Just got a feeling they're likely to move up. There's an exciting internet development, just for Tom, of course, in a company called levelseas.com, and I believe there's going to be some good announcements over the coming weeks.
Well, you got it right, I suppose, when you bought them at 110, so there we go. OK, Tom, it's the big moment. Let's find out what that portfolio was worth.
Very excited about this internet development.
Yeah, come on, show me the money.
A week ago, we gave the Motor Mouse an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £105,401, 10 pence.
Well done. Congratulations, that's fantastic. You're pleased about that?
Very.
Yeah? Were you worried that you were going to have a sort of rather miserable start to the...
Especially with rail track.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But you've made up for it everywhere else. OK. Our new team have got to decide live on the show which of those 5 shares is going to go now in Sell, Sell, Sell. OK, the Motor Mouths are going to have to sell one of the stocks in their portfolio. They've got to do it now, live on the show. Tom, can you write down which one you think they should get rid of? OK, very good, Joe, not looking. Right, let's find out what you're thinking. Sue, what do you want to sell?
I don't want to get rid of Airtrack because I think it's just panicking and they'll go up.
Right.
So it's probably be Amy or Barrett.
Right, you can take a little bit of profit.
I think
OK,
so.
Kevin, what do you reckon?
I agree with Sue, probably going up a little bit, hopefully with Railtrack. Take some profit, Amy.
Right, Joe?
I would say Amy on the profit.
Yeah, you would too. OK. Tom, what's your tip?
Surprisingly enough, it's Amy. I'm not totally convinced there's going to be that exciting growth this year, so it's a bit of a longer-term play, and the shares are on a relatively high price-earnings ratio. OK, so you're going to sell Amy?
Yep.
£16.32, taking a nice little profit of £700. Tom, how much will they have to play with in part two?
In part two, the Motor Mouths will have £20,814.38.
OK, it's not part two, it's now. We're in part two. But hey, anyway, in a moment the team will tell us which shares they've been looking at this week, and we'll be meeting a chief executive of one of Britain's most exciting new telecom companies, hoping to knock British Telecom off its perch. But first, if you thought the city was full of yuppies with red braces and memories that barely stretch back to last week, think again. At 86, Terence Ahern is the city's oldest working stockbroker. Terence, we're thrilled to have you on the show. A very, very, very warm welcome to Show the Money. Now, you've had almost 70 years in the industry, so I don't have to ask you what your credentials are to be here on the programme. But tell me, what was it like in the Depression of the 1930s?
Extremely hard. If you had £10,000 in those days, you were considered a wealthy man. The stock market was still staggering in 1931 from the enormous losses on Wall Street, where there was considerable trouble, and also from the Hatry affair, which affected people's pockets, lots of small companies having gone broke. At that time, there was a world slump. Steel production in the USA was only 15% of capacity. But the stock exchange was saved basically by the devaluation of sterling against gold. The price of gold went up, and as a result of that, for 2 years there was a very good business in the gold mining market, particularly the South African. After that, business picked up. I think it was in 1934-4, when Roosevelt introduced the New Deal. The New Deal meant that world trade would pick up, America would pick up, and commodities would pick up. As a result of that, business increased, and after that, with the threat of war coming along, there was a rearmament program which took us to the beginning of the war.
Given your huge experience and all the different crashes and slumps that you've lived through, what's your opinion on the market today and where it's going now?
My opinion on the market today is that the odds look to me as though it could go down rather than up. But some always in a downward market, uncertain market as we've got, there's always some that can beat it, but they are very difficult to find. But there is no doubt to my mind that there is a danger of the market going lower, because a lot of the banks, particularly in Japan and in America, are fairly well stretched. So one must keep one's fingers crossed and hope for the best. But basically, I can't be too optimistic.
OK, and what about the secret of a long career in the city?
That is due, I think, to a Spartan life, also to eating plain food, plenty of exercise, early to bed and early to rise, but most important of all, having a good wife.
Right. What a wonderful thing to say. Now, we need a tip from you, Terence. That's why we've got you here. What stock are you going to tip for our team today?
The tip this week from me is a house building stock, Alfred McAlpine.
Why have you picked that?
There's a yield of 5.3%, which is covered 3.5 times by profits. Its PE is about 5.6. The shares on that basis are cheap compared with similar stocks in that sector, and also considerably cheaper than the majority of stocks in the share index. there are two sectors, house building 70%, civil engineering 30%. The civil engineering side should benefit from government spending which has been promised over the next few years, including hospitals, schools and roads. Furthermore, they have just received a contract, part of a consortium, to build the road north of Birmingham. Now, look at the prospect for house building. According to the government, they have got to build 152,000 extra houses a year in order to satisfy demand.
Okay.
Furthermore, in other words, it works out that 3.8 million houses have got to be built up to 2021.
Terence, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm so sorry. And go to Tom and find out what he thinks of your tip. So, excuse me. Tom?
Well, if you look, the chart hasn't been that positive, but there's been a recent minor uptick. I think people are saying that there's less downside in this stock than there are in many in the stock. So it's a relative safe haven.
OK. Thank you very much, Terence Ahern, for coming on the programme. We were delighted to have you. We have frozen the price of Terence's tip. If the Motor Mouse choose to invest in Alfred McAlpine, they can get it at 179 pence. OK, right now, let's see what share the team have been swatting up on in Buy, Buy, Buy. OK, Kevin, this duty falls to you this week, but then you did pick Horace Clark's.
That's all right.
What have you got for us?
I'm looking at Amstrad,
Right.
Alan Sugar's company. They're involved in the sales and TV equipment in the UK market, and they also provide set-top boxes for B-Sky B. They've got a very interesting development in Emailer, a new product which is a fully featured phone aimed at getting the email system out to the mass market.
Without computers, OK. But the emailer hasn't been that successful so far,
Yeah,
has
there's
it,
an
Tom?
enormous amount of hype and excitement about the emailer ahead of its launch. Since then, the picture's been rather less rosy, and also the sell-off in tech stocks has hurt dramatically. We had results just a couple of weeks ago. Profits, earnings up considerably. That's due to set-top boxes. But we come back to the emailer. Long-term, Amstrad sees this as generating big revenues from advertising and other such issues. But short-term, in order to get it out into the market, it's going to have to subsidise this quite aggressively. The market's concerned about that. I suspect that until the emailer concept is proven, there's going to be some uncertainty over this stock.
OK, well, it's not quite time for our new team to decide which company they're going to buy into in this week. As always, they're going to be finding out about a listed company by going face-to-face with a chief exec. It is the turn today of Redstone Telecom, which is the UK's top provider of personal numbering services. Tom.
Yeah, Redstone, supplier of local, long-distance, international mobile phone services. It also offers DSL net access to various internet service providers. It floated a year ago, just about, at £1.20 a share. So you can see the share zoomed up to about £9 during the height of TMT, Technology Media Telecom, excitement. They've used the strong share price to issue yet more shares twice to make a series of acquisitions. Shares are now at 217 pence.
OK, we've heard about his company and we've seen the graph, so we know this man is a brave one. Let's meet the chief executive, Graham Cove, in today's 60-second pitch. OK, Graham Cove, welcome to Show Me the Money. Thanks for coming on the show. You've got 60 seconds to pitch to our investors, and your time starts now.
We started in 1995 as a voice telephony company, and as you've heard, we floated in October 99 at £1.20 a share. We have raised over £150 million in the last year, which we are using to become a dominant player in what's the next market in telecoms, which is broadband access. Broadband access will allow you to use internet, voice and data. And to give you a little bit of an analogy, that sort of information flows around the UK at the moment on the equivalent of multi-lane motorways. When it gets to a small business, it's going down a dirt track. And what we're doing is using the funds we've got to turn the dirt track literally into a main road. We have acquired several companies over the last few months to give us not only the voice, but the data and the internet services that we need to run over that. Our turnover last year was £33 million. Analyst forecasts for this year are in the region of 90 million. So we are growing rapidly, and our share price has been, as you heard, at a peak of about £10. It's about just over £2. We think there's an awful lot of upside back in it, therefore.
Oh, thank you very much. And you stopped. Well done, Graham. Thank you very much indeed, Graham. OK, some questions. Joe?
Yeah. OK, you're going head-to-head with BT. Do you really expect to beat them in the long term?
Absolutely. Most of our turnover at the moment comes from BT. We beat BT in the market today. If you look at internet access, BT doesn't dominate that market. AOL, FreeServe dominate it. And we think other operators such as Redstone will actually take the broadband access market.
OK. Kevin?
The FTSE Telecom Index has fallen in excess of 25% over the last year. There's concern that telephone companies have paid too much for the licences and too much for developing the networks. Have Redstone overextended themselves?
No, most of that is to do with third-generation mobile licences. We're not an operator in that mobile market. We haven't got to pay out huge sums for licences. We are spending money building our network, but that is within the constraints of the money we've got. So no, we are subject to the downturn of telecom stocks in general, but we think that's probably been overdone, and we're probably at the bottom of the market with a way to go up.
OK. Sue, your question.
Hence my question is, you had a high obviously in March and there's been more than a little lull since then. How are you going to give us the quick return we need to win the game?
Well, we do things slightly differently in Redstone. Our interims are out in about 4 weeks' time, which we think will look good. And we need to keep our news flow coming out of what we are doing, and particularly in the unbundling of the BT process, we are doing it significantly differently, which the market should see as positive.
OK, Tom?
Yeah, you've raised more than £150 million from investors, and yet your market capitalisation is just about £250 million. It's not a very good return so far for those investors. When do you think they will see some return, or indeed your company make a profit?
Make a profit, I can't forecast on that, but it'll probably be in a couple of years' time, around that sort of idea. In terms of return, yes, we are building a business for the future. If you'd looked at Vodafone, I guess, a year or two after they'd started, you'd have said they're investing an awful lot of money. Are they ever going to get a return? And boy, have they got a very good return for their shareholders.
Okay.
We're at that sort of stage in our development.
Graham, in terms of broadband, which you talked about, which you want to be involved in, and as a market leader, as you say, when can we realistically actually expect this to arrive in people's homes and in businesses, given the delays that we've already seen?
We don't get access to the copper wires to deliver it until July 2001 from BT. So we're actively now putting the things in place, like putting the companies together for voice, data and internet, building physically our network to be able to take advantage in a big way from July next year.
OK, Graham Cove, thank you very much
Thank
indeed. The Motor Mouths have got to make a winning decision today. They've got 3 shares to choose from. Alfred McAlpine, which was tipped for us by Terence Ahern, 179 pence. Amstrad, which Kevin chose, 191.5, and Redstone Telecom at 217.5. While the Motor Mouths decide, there's a big debate going on, which share is going to give them the Midas touch. Remember, Show Me the Money is a game. The racketeers definitely learnt the hard way. Tech stocks and telecom shares can halve just as easily as they can double, and share prices generally can fall, of course, as well as rise. Kevin, it's in your hands today, but I think we better find out what the ladies in your family think about this. Sue?
I'm impressed with Redstone, but I don't think it's going to go up as quick as we need it to go up. So perhaps Amstrad.
They're greedy, this lot. What do you reckon, Jo?
I like what Kevin had to say about it. I'll go with Amstrad.
Really? Kevin, what are you going to do?
I'll go with Alan Sugar, definitely. Amstrad, it's got to be.
I think he's a secret Tottenham supporter. OK, I hope you're not doing this on sentiment then. Right, well, they've decided to buy Amstrad, 191.5 pence. Bad luck, Graham. Thank you very much for coming on the show.
You.
Tom?
I wouldn't go with Alan. I wouldn't go with Alan Sugar or Tottenham Hotspur, for that matter. I suspect if there is going to be a bounce in TMT stocks, then you could see Redstone bouncing. It's very dangerous to call the bottom on the sector, but you know, if it bounces, then this stock could go up quite sharply. In terms of gambling, that might be a way to play the game.
OK, let's take a look at your portfolio and see how it's looking now. Grosvenor Land has done very well for you, up half a penny, as we saw earlier in the show, making you 1,000. Horace Clarkson stunning with 3,500. And Amstrad's just ticked up a couple of pence. That's made you £217. Very nice too. OK, let's find out how the Motor Mouths are doing on the leaderboard in their first week. In 6th position, who's replaced the Racketeers? The Saratogas. Dearie me. Yesterday's team haven't been on the show very long. They might not be here for very much longer. OK, let's have 5th place, the FTSE 100 index at about 93,000. In 4th place, the Dolly Dealers with 93,500 falling down the leaderboard. In 3rd place, we've got the Likely Lads with 95,000. In 2nd place, we've got the Motor Mouths, the only other team in profit after just 1 week. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you enjoyed it?
Definitely.
Great.
Yeah? OK, well, any chance of beating the Freshers?
Never know.
You never know. Okay, well, just look at where they are. 120,000 they've got still, and they're going to be coming on, of course, tomorrow. Tom, how do you think they've done in a week?
They've done very, very well. Obviously, it helps coming in after the market's already fallen quite a long way. But you can't knock it. They've selected good stocks and done well.
Back the trend. OK, well, that's all we've got time for today. Thank you very much, Graham Cove. Thanks, Sue, Kevin and Joe. A special thanks to our tipster, Terence Ahern, and commiserations to the racketeers, who we sadly lost. Tomorrow, those boys are back, the lucky freshers. Can their winning streak continue? We'll find out tomorrow, 12:30, Channel 4. We'll see you then.
And for the chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, go to the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money. Next up, supporting acts is Totally Wigged Out.
Very different story. 3 teams of private investors have already fallen foul of the lose £10,000 and you're off rule, and only 3 teams have made a profit, proving it takes huge skill just to survive in today's markets. We welcomed one of those money-making teams onto the show just last week. They are called the Motor Mouths, and let's take a look and see what their portfolio was worth at the end of their first show. Last Thursday, the Motor Mouths had already in 1 week £105,794. Now, the big question is, you've been sort of number 2 most of the week. Are you confident that you'll catch up with the freshers? Kevin?
A little bit of a setback this week, but we will be there at the end of the programme, definitely.
You reckon? Sue?
I hope so. And I don't mean to be horrible, but I don't think we want a group of 18 or 19-year-olds beating us, really.
No. OK. Well, that's what's driving you forward. As ever, we're joined by resident shares expert Tom Winifred. Tom, there's always a difference between the buying and the selling price on a share, isn't there, called the spread. Can you explain how that works?
OK, well, on this show, we use the mid-price, but no, very few people can actually trade at that price. When you buy a share, if you try to sell the same share, you sell it at a much lower price. It's the difference between the bid and the offer price. The gap between the two is called the spread. When you actually go to your stockbroker to buy shares, they probably don't have them themselves. They go to a market maker, and a market maker quotes a spread, and that spread is the profit which they are able to make.
Why are some spreads so much bigger than others?
Well, a wider spread generally reflects lack of liquidity. The fact there are fewer shares traded, it's harder to trade, and therefore the market maker doesn't want to get caught with a particularly long position or particularly big position, either short or long, and therefore widens the spread to deter trade.
Kevin, would you be deterred by a really big spread on a share price?
Definitely if it was for short-term investment, but for long-term investment, it's not so much of a problem.
If you like the stock, it's not a problem. OK, now, it is half-term, of course, at the moment, as many of you watching will know. Sue, what have you been up to?
We've been quite busy this week. We came up to London on Tuesday to the Science Museum with our 2 children, Thomas and Jack.
How old are they?
7 and 4.
And how do they like the Science Museum?
They really loved it.
Did they?
Because lots of hands-on things, but they're very tired, and they're still tired now.
Are they? OK, well, I hope they're watching today. What about going to New York, Kevin? Does that appeal, the prize?
Very much so. We've never been there before, and we'd definitely like to go.
OK, what with that and beating the freshers then? You're really motivated. Joe, I discovered, little bird told me, actually my cousin, that you know my first cousin.
That's right.
And in fact, more than that, you taught him...
Singing lessons.
No comment. He's very good. He's very good. OK, just 2 weeks ago, we gave the Motor Mouths an imaginary £100,000 to invest. So, team, remind us what shares are in your portfolio. Sue?
Amstrad and Barrett.
Kevin?
Railtrack and Horace Clarkson.
And Joe?
Grosvenor Land Holdings.
All right, good luck. Let's find out how those stocks are doing and if you're still in profit in taking stock. OK, live share prices as ever. We always start with the bad news. Tom, what is it?
The worst performer this week is Amstrad. It's dropped 29 pence to £1.64.5. That's a loss of £3,152.01 just a week.
You're looking really, really miffed about that, Sue. Now, you're talking about Amstrad, but I seem to remember that you're blaming your husband for this one, basically?
Wholeheartedly. Although, I'm giving him his due, that it was only 3 to choose from, and Kevin said he'd looked into it, and he has been looking into it, and we didn't think it'd go any lower, but as Tom says, they do go lower.
Yeah.
And That's abysmal, really.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking a bit thinner, Kevin. Has she not been, you know...
I've taken a lot of grief this week,
Have
and
you?
Yes, food's been rationed, I think, because of it.
OK, well, for those of you who don't know, just remind us what Amstrad do.
They're involved in the sales of TV and audio to the UK market, including the set-top boxes for B-Sky B. They set up AmServe to market and distribute emailer. Dixons have bought a 20% share in the company because of that. The existing activities remain good on profits, but these are subsidising the emailer to get it established.
Yeah, emailer was the wonder new product which we thought was going to transform Amstrad, and the city's not particularly impressed. They're saying they're going to have to subsidise it to get it out there in the market. Long term, it may be a winner. So there's been no particular news this week. I think it's just a general rule. It's often better not to buy shares which are close to their year high than ones which are close to their year low, because let the trend be your friend. You don't want to sort of buy into a falling stock.
OK, well, it hasn't worked with Amstrad in particular. But let's move on and look for some profit for the motor mayors, please.
Next is Barratt Developments. House builder down 6.5 pence at 268.5. A loss of £504.79.
Well, so it's not as bad as Amstrad, but...
Definitely not. No, there's no reason to look smug.
Barratt Developments, of course, well-known house builder. Any particular reason for the price fall, or do you think it's a bit of profits taking?
I can't see any reason, really. I mean, they're a good, solid company. Their core business is developing building properties. They also have civil engineering, and they're involved with the government housing associations over developing the residential areas for urban renewal. I mean, they're a good company. I just can't see why it's gone down.
Tom, I mean, interest rates are looking at the moment as if they may have peaked. One would have thought that would sort of underpin the housing market a bit and help Barratt.
Well, traditionally house builders do better when interest rates do start coming down. I'm not certain that's going to happen all that soon. The other thing to bear in mind is the housing market is clearly coming off the boil, to put it mildly. Barratt Developments, the whole sector is not exactly a go-go sector at the moment. So I'm not sure that sort of short-term or long-term there's that much upside.
Despite yesterday's tipster, in fact, from Phil Hunt, who was, you know, very, very bullish about
He was, of course, a house-building
generally.
analyst, so he has a certain interest in talking up his sector as being exciting. Turkeys don't vote for Christmas.
OK. Let's have the next share for the motor mayors, please.
Grosvenor Land, unchanged at 10 3/4 pence.
Hey, Jo, this is a very small company, I know, but one you really like, involved in property. Tell me more about it.
Well, they're an investment company which trades in land and buildings. Principal income is from rental. Rental income has doubled. Profits up more than 50%. Current share price is 30% less than their net asset value.
So you're hoping that's going to help it go up, Tom?
To be fair, I mean, that's undoubtedly true. But most property stocks trade at some sort of discount from net asset value. 30% doesn't seem that outrageous, particularly when this company is so small. It's worth less than £4 million. So you'd expect it to be trading at a big discount to net asset value. Having said that, it's run by a very switched-on individual. Family have enormous experience of property. So that's a plus point. The problem with this share is actually it's very illiquid. The spread is, in percentage terms, quite wide. It's relatively rarely traded. So you don't expect to see dramatic movements in Grosvenor Land shares.
OK. Let's have the next share for the motor mayors, please.
The first winner is Railtrack, up 62 1/4 pence at £10.81.5. A profit of £1,115.52.
Well done, Kevin. So, I mean, despite, obviously, the bad news that we had a couple of weeks ago, there's been some good news, in fact, coming out about Railtrack, hasn't there?
That's right. There's been strong news flow this week, especially from the government, who are going to invest £15 billion over the next 5 years.
OK, and also, I think, Tom, with Railtrack, they'll be able to increase their revenues, won't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is a sort of tripartite deal with government, the regulator, and Railtrack, that there's going to be this extra investment in health and safety, making the rail network safer. But the regulator has said that they're going to allow the company to increase its revenues 35% from next year. So that's very good, and Railtrack's earnings are set by what the regulator allows it to do. So that's good news for the company. Only one slight worry, there was a newspaper report, as yet unconfirmed, that they may issue more shares for extra investment in the network. That wouldn't be so hot, but the deal with the regulator is good news.
OK, let's have the top performing share for the motor mayors, please.
This week's star, as last week, is Horace Clarkson, up 8 pence at 1.39. Profit of £1,373.36.
Have you forgiven him now, Sue? Because Horace Clarkson's Kevin's share, and it did superbly for you last week, and it's done it again. Tell us about Horace Clarkson.
Horace Clarkson's an investment holding company. Its main subsidiaries are involved in shipbroking and the provision of shipping services.
Yeah.
It also owns a fleet of 50 vessels itself. I understand that income is increasing heavily this year, and the directors have also been buying a tranche of shares as well. We still believe there's going to be a good news flow coming from this company.
More news coming out. Okay, Tom, do you like this one?
We had results at the end of August, and profits soared to almost 2 million, and earnings were up, slight change in the tax charge, but earnings per share also went through the roof, and a very confident statement. So it does seem to be quite an interesting smaller company play, yeah.
All right, let's see whether they've made a profit or a loss over the week. Tom?
I'm afraid it's a loss of £1,163.44.
It's still really good. The problem is you come into the show, you're behind the freshers, and of course we're desperate for you to get up there and start competing with them. But anyway, you've done very well indeed. Okay, Tom, let's have a look and see the shares since they were bought.
Well, it's a mixed picture. Horace Clarkson, Groverland, two very small companies doing very well. The two bigger companies, not particularly exciting, but it's Amstrad, last week's selection, which is dragging you down.
It is. Okay, it's the moment we've been waiting for. Tom, show me the money.
2 weeks ago, the Motormouths were given an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £104,630.90.
Very, very respectable indeed. Okay, now, Redstone Telecom were on last week. Graham Cove pitched to the team. Since you're a member of them, it was a fairly good pitch. Should they have bought Redstone Telecom?
Well, 2020 hindsight is very useful. It was a good pitch. More importantly, the whole telecom sector has picked up. And, you know, the cork on the wave effect, Redstone's gone up from 225 then to 243.5 this week. So that's a gain of about 7%. Given that the alternative choice was Amstrad, with hindsight, that would have been the call to make.
I mean, Sue, do you wish you'd gone for that or not really?
As he says, in hindsight,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But at the time, all telecom stocks were down.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw it as risky. Didn't realise that Amstrad was risky too. Okay, let's make a comparison and make you feel a little bit better. You, of course, like the other Show Me Money teams, have to invest in the London stock market. If you'd invested in smaller companies in Europe through a fund manager, Tom, how would the team have done?
Yeah, taking typical fund manager here, the Invesco GT European Smaller Companies Fund, 100,000 in that 2 weeks ago, would now be worth £100,402.25. Stocks may be doing okay, but currency movements not exactly in your favour.
No.
So easily beaten that fund.
Okay, congratulations. Now, the Motormouths have got to cash in one share in sell, sell, sell. Okay, the team have got to decide which stock to drop to give them money to buy a new share later in the programme. I've got a sneaking suspicion that they might have made up their minds already, but Tom, if you can write down which one you think they should get rid of. Kevin, you better go first.
I want to eat this week, so Amstrad's got to go.
Okay, Joe?
Definitely Amstrad.
You've been giving him a hard time as well.
Oh, yeah, he deserves it.
Sue, and your spokesman?
Oh, good. Definitely Amstrad, and then we can stop talking about it.
All right. Amstrad is going at 164.5 pence. Tom?
Yeah, I cut the losers, stick with the winners, so I get rid of Amstrad too.
All right. Well, the Motormouths have indeed decided to sell that at a price of 164.5 pence. Tom, how much have they got to put into their next company?
In part two, they will have £17,879.51 to reinvest.
Okay, it's got to be a good choice. The team had to decide what to do with that money in part two, and to give them another option, Tom has been doing some research on the companies he thinks could give the teams a boost. Let's find out what he's got up his sleeve in Tom's bowler. Every day this week, the team is given a chance to pick a stock from Tom's bowler at random. Remember, it's just one of their buy options. So far this week, all the teams have backed Tom. Okay, Joe, go for it. Other way up. Thank you. Okay, Technol Life Sciences, stock we've mentioned on the programme before. Tom, why Technol?
Okay, and this was a big sort of favourite of last autumn. I think it was our friends the players who liked this stock. Since the company's involved in DNA and food diagnostics, it has been a volatile ride. And you know, if you look at the chart, you'll see up and then sort of down sharply from March. It is speculative, it's loss-making. Its full-year losses last year narrowed to 1.9 million, but its balance sheet is fairly sound. I respect the management team, Peter Raymond, very good guy. I think they have a good ability to actually turn their interesting technology into monetary value.
At ATP, the company is worth just £41 million. Now, we know it's talking to big-name partners about a distribution deal. It's been talking for what seems like an eternity. But I'm hopeful there will be news on that front before too long. Very sharp investor Colin Blackburn, he's had a stake for a long time. He's been using recent share price weakness to increase his stake. He clearly thinks something's going to happen. Now, if they do some sort of deal, one can put a case forward saying that within 2 or 3 years, revenues could be £20 million. Now, given the current share price, obviously it's speculative, but on a risk-reward play, it does seem to be significant upside.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I mean, as you said, you know, it's fallen very sharply since March, but actually it's been basically on an upward trend since then, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's, you know, I think there is going to be some good news coming.
Okay. Any questions from the team? Sue?
I mean, I was looking, obviously, most shares seem to have peaked at that time anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looks interesting. It's not really a question, just looks interesting.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Tom. Excuse me. This is just the first of 3 share options the team will have to choose between today. And in case they do buy Techno Life Sciences, we are freezing it at the current price of ATP. Sorry. Okay. Now, let's take a look at the top 5 fallers on the FTSE 350 today. SEMA Group down almost 7%, Scion down 6.5%, Invensys down as well, all technology or software companies. Granada Media down 5%, and Granada Compass as well. Tom?
There's the recent trend there. There's been some quite severe brokers downgrades recently. You know, the trend is not their friend, certainly.
No. Okay. Well, later in the show, we find out if the MD of a property company is building strong financial foundations for his firm, possibly for our team. Plus, we've got another hot stock from today's tipster. Stay with us. Which company did Goldman Sachs recently describe as a sprawling and unmanageable group lacking in urgency? Was it A, British Airways, B, British Telecom, or C, British Mohair? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
You can have all the fun you want creating a look, as long as you start with healthy-looking hair. The formulas found in Pantene Pro V shampoo, conditioner and healthy hold spray work together. With better protection against breakage, your hair can handle any look you want to give it. Get Pantene and have some fun. Look for Pantene Clarifying Shampoo, the difference your hair's clear to.
Andrea Bocelli, Verdi. The new album, featuring 15 of the world's most powerful, popular and passionate arias. Andrea Bocelli, Verdi. The new album, available at Woolworths.
Tummies and hips and wriggly toes. Every part of every body loves very soft clothes. Bottoms and cheeks, your shoulders and your nose. Every part of every body loves very soft clothes. And new tablets get things softer than those from other non-bios. So every part of every body loves very soft clothes.
Hello and welcome to Family Finance. And let's start by taking a look at tomorrow's headlines.
Well, that would be nice. But in fact, it's difficult to predict what's going to happen today, let alone tomorrow. Which is why, for peace of mind and security, everybody should have life insurance.
Cornhill Direct have developed the Guaranteed Cashback Plan to offer life insurance with a difference. It provides cover up to £125,000, so your loved ones won't face financial hardship if the worst should happen. And cashback for you if it doesn't.
The Guaranteed Cashback Plan costs from as little as £8 a month. And the really good news is that if nothing happens to you, after 15 years, you're guaranteed half of your premiums back. So that's a full 15 years life cover, plus a handy lump sum at the end of the term. What's more, your last year's cover is completely free.
To find out more about Guaranteed Cashback and how it can help your future, call 0800 214 215 now. That's 0800 214 215.
If you're forever changing the toilet roll, what could be better than a double length roll? New improved Charmin Double Roll. It's still 2 rolls of Charmin in one, only now with a new soft feel texture. So you get an even more comfortable, clean feeling that lasts twice as long. New soft feel Charmin double roll. Double the comfortable, clean feeling.
Ibuleve, the best-selling topical painkiller for backache, rheumatic and muscular pain, and common arthritic conditions. Ibuleve is now also available in a new maximum strength gel. Available only from pharmacies, Ibuleve Maximum Strength. Pain relief without pills.
Otex eardrops disperse earwax and can avoid syringing. Ask your pharmacist for the UK's #1 selling eardrops, Otex.
Before the break, we asked you who Goldman Sachs described as a sprawling and unmanageable group lacking in urgency. The answer is B, British Telecom. Blue, which is an Italian company that BT has a stake in, has withdrawn from the Italian mobile phone auction, and that BT shares gained on the news because the city is worried that licence costs are spiralling. However, I should tell you, BT shares are still around about half what they were a year ago. They're currently at 752p. Welcome back to Show Me the Money. We are live on Channel 4. It is around 10 to 1. Coming up, we talk to the head of a company that's more than tripled its profits in the last 4 years. That's in the 60-second pitch. But first, if you thought all the financial whiz kids worked in the City of London, and think again. We've got a whiz kid, and he's from Bristol. Today's tipster is Ben Yearsley from Hargreaves Lansdown. Hi, Ben. What do you do for Hargreaves Lansdown?
I work in their research department, covering everything and anything, basically.
Everything and anything, so thousands of stocks. Execution-only stockbroking is probably what a lot of our audience do when they buy shares on their own account. But there are other ways that you can use stockbrokers, aren't there?
There are. I mean, execution-only is the cheapest by a long way. But there are other ones, advisory and discretionary.
Okay, what's the difference between advisory and discretionary?
Advisory, you will normally pay probably an annual charge to the stockbroker, and they will give you tips, basically. But it's recommendations and tips. But it's your decision whether or not you want to buy or sell that share. So the control is with you. With discretionary, you give your £25,000 to £50,000 to the stockbroker. And they will, after agreeing to risk parameters with you, they will buy and sell as and when they see fit.
I mean, it's sort of the perception is that discretionary service is really only for the very wealthy, isn't it? And some stockbrokers really take you on if you've got an awful lot of money. Is that true?
It is. I mean, the minimum is, there's a new service launched recently, the minimum is about 25,000. But most will only take 50, 100,000, that sort of figure. So it is for sort of up the wealth scale, basically.
Yeah. I mean, as a stockbroker yourself, are you surprised to see that quite a lot of our teams are managing to beat the market, and indeed you could say they're beating the professionals too?
I don't think so, actually. I think active stock picking is much more relevant now. The indices and the trackers have had their day at the moment. They'll probably come back in a few years' time, but at the moment, active stock pickers are outperforming. So if you can outperform the market quite significantly.
Yeah, if you get it right, and also...
if you get it right, yes.
And also, particularly with smaller companies too.
Yeah, you can do, yes.
Okay, well, you've got a tip for us today. Now, you know that these guys are very, very keen to get motoring and try and catch up the freshest. They need something that's going to fly. I don't know whether you've got it. What have you got for us?
Hopefully. The company today is Filtronic.
Okay.
Now, they've got 5 divisions within the company. The 2 of them, wireless infrastructure and cellular handsets, account for 80% of their sales. And they've got a sort of annualised growth of about 50% predicted for the next few years. But that's all factored into the share price. The interesting part of the company is their component semiconductor division.
Those are chips, basically.
Yeah, they make gallium arsenide chips. Now, you don't really, well, I don't know what they are really, but they're basically more powerful than silicone chips, and they can do more. And with the advent of 3G mobile telephones, you'll need much, much more powerful chips. And these are sort of chips that will be used, or potentially will be used. Now, they sort of bought a redundant semiconductor plant this time last year, on the cheap, basically, from the government. They wanted to get rid of it. And they're starting to, they haven't had any orders yet, but they're starting to bring it on through. Now, the reason that I'm tipping this today, as a short-term play really, is the fact that recently you've had profit warnings from RF Semiconductors and from Motorola. RF Semiconductors is sort of one of their competitors, but not from Nokia. You've had strong growth sales from Nokia. and they're predicting strong sales next year. And Nokia also, with their recent announcement, said that they will be diversifying their supplier base.
Right.
Now, in addition, the chairman of Filtronic last month said that they expect the first major order in Q4 2000. So, tying the two of them up...
Right, okay. So basically, if Filtronic doesn't deal with Nokia, then the shares are going to do pretty well.
Quite well, hopefully, yes.
In a nutshell.
Yeah, in a nutshell, yes.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I suspect some of that is already discounted in brokers' forecasts. They're looking for earnings per share to be about 17 pence in the year to May 2001. The shares have had a very bumpy ride, because ultimately this is a telecoms or technology stock, so the whole sector's had a phenomenally bumpy ride. I think that chart's a bit misleading. But at 8.32p, this company's worth 600 million. It's trading on a May 2001 price-earnings ratio of 48.6. That discounts quite a lot of growth already. And what I'd say is, the good news could see the shares go up quite a bit, but on the other hand, you need, the news in the industry, mobile phone industry, has been so mixed. It could be another profits warning next week from one of its competitors, and the shares will go down a bit. So it's a risky stock both ways.
Okay, but Ben, thank you very much indeed. We have frozen the price of your tip, Ben, at 832.5p. If the motor mouths choose to invest their money in Filtronic, they can buy it at that current price. Okay, right now let's see what shares have caught the team's interest in Buy, Buy, Buy. And Joe, it falls to you this week. You've got one for us.
Yeah, PhotoMe International. Manufacture, sell and operate coin-operated automatic photo booths and entertainment products.
Right. The booths that we see in stations and all the rest of it all over the place.
Yeah. Currently have 26,000 PhotoMe photo booths in 25 different countries. Entertainment machines include photographic, sticker and postcard machines, mini games and kiddie rides. Recently appointed deputy chairman. Just purchased 64,000 shares at £1.55 yesterday and issued a statement that trading was in line with expectation.
Okay.
So, sounds good.
Now, Tom, they had a bit of an interest with the internet PhotoMe, which sent the shares flying, didn't it?
The idea that you could use their booths to link up to the internet, download music, pick up your emails. The shares really got caught up in the technology boom of the spring. And you see, like a lot of stocks, they peaked in March at 4.30. Since then, they really have slumped. It's not just a sector fallout. There have been certain questions about management issues, and people just checking the levels of valuation. So it's a risky stock. I think the fact they are beefing up the management team is something that the city is demanding. And it's reassuring to know that trading is in line with expectations. Last year's results weren't very good. This year, we are looking for them to get back on the growth path. But again, forward price-earnings ratio of 33. There's some good news in the price. This company's worth 500 million as well. So I'm not certain it's the sort of stock that's really going to motor short-term for you. It's a risk. I can see the case for buying it, but it's risky.
Okay, well, it's all risky, to be honest, at the moment. Okay, that was the share the team think has the potential to move. As always, they're going to go face-to-face with the company director. It is the turn of WSP, a provider of building consultancy services. Tom, what's the story?
Yeah, this seems a very exciting story. Not only one of organic growth as an engineering consultant, they've also made a couple of acquisitions. June and July, they bought Flack & Kurtz and Cantor Senuk. These are outside diversifying away from the UK towards the US. So that's producing another angle. Earnings per share are forecast to zoom up this year to about 17p from 13p. So it is a growth stock, and the shares have certainly reflected that, zooming up to 404p. Now values the company at around £142 million.
Okay, we've heard about his company. Now it's time to meet the managing director, Chris Cole, in today's 60-second pitch. Welcome, Chris. Thanks for coming on the show. You probably know the rules. You've got 60 seconds to pitch to the motor mouth, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. WSP is a truly leading consultancy. We work internationally and we operate in 40 countries. We are working on some of the world's biggest developments, ranging from the Trump Tower in New York to the redevelopment of the Birmingham City Centre. Our growth has been phenomenal since 1987 when we came to the market. Sales have risen from 3 million to over 160 million. Earnings have grown at between 25 and 30% over the last 3 years. So how are we going to maintain this growth as one of the only providers of a unique full range of services to our clients and the market? In addition, we have bought 2 of the world's leading designers of skyscrapers from the USA, as you just heard. It is this depth of expertise that is going to help us increase our market share. Our market share...
That's it. Maybe we'll ask you a question about your market share. That'll resolve it.
Yeah, thank you.
So find out what you're about to say. OK, who's first with a question? Kevin.
OK, you've expanded globally to reduce your exposure, and you've also made acquisitions in the US and Hong Kong. Can we expect any more acquisitions or announcements in the near future?
No, at the present time, we've made 2 very significant acquisitions, as we've mentioned, in the USA, to broaden our global presence, and we are working with those, and next year we will look further at the territories that we're in, which is Asia, Africa and the USA, as we move towards being a global player in all territories.
OK, Sue.
You've been involved in a number of PFI schemes, like the A419 and MOD buildings. How tough are the penalties if you overrun on costs?
Well, if the costs overrun, penalties can be incurred. It remains with us to ensure it doesn't happen. Yeah. Our reputation is at stake. Yeah. If it does happen, and it's proven that we, as a business, have been at fault, then quite clearly we are protected by insurance. But we hope that doesn't happen.
OK, Tom?
You seem to believe there is great scope for increasing your market share. Perhaps you'd like to elaborate on that.
Question I perhaps would have anticipated. Our market share at the present time is less than 5% in the UK, and on the world scene is far less than 1%. So the opportunity for growth is clearly enormous in that regard. We have diversified into so many different sectors, which was, of course, a lesson we learnt many years ago when we've been through recessionary times, that we have to have the broadest spread of sector, clients and geography to truly present a resilient business, and that's what we believe we have.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Colin. The Motormouths have got to make a winning decision today. They've got 4 shares to choose from. Technol Life Sciences, we froze that at 80p, Tom's tip. Philtronic, that was our tipster's tip, 832.5. PhotoMe came from Joe at 141, and WSP at 404.5 pence. Well, while the Motormouths decide which share is going to give them a boost, remember that Show Me the Money is a game. When you're investing for real, you should make sure that whatever shares you buy, they are the right ones for you at the time. OK, what are you thinking?
Well, we've been looking at Technol over the last couple of weeks, and we've heard a little whisper that there's going to be an announcement shortly, so I would go with Technol.
Really? You're going to go with Tom? Excellent. What about the other 2? What are you thinking?
I mean, WSP, I was very impressed with the pitch, but it seems a very good company. Well, I don't think it's going to motor first.
Right.
As quick as we need it to, so I think I would go with Technol too.
Right, well, Joe, it's your decision. Will there be harmony in the household this week? We ask ourselves.
I don't live there.
Right, you can do what you like then. We need a decision.
I'm going to go with Technol.
OK, right. Joe's going with Technol at 80p. Bad luck, Chris, and my apologies for calling you Colin at one
Thank you very much.
I'm very sorry about that. Tom, what do you reckon?
I mean, obviously, I have some faith in Technol, and I do see the great upside there. I have to say, I also am very attracted to WSP. You have to pay a premium rating for premium company, but this is a good company.
OK, well, by the way, Technol's already up 8.5p, so you've already made almost £2,000. So that was a good call for today. Let's hope it stays there. Horace Clarkson doing incredibly well for you as well. Grosvenor Land, very good too. Railtrack, the only loser, Barrett Developments, and really a tiny loser. OK, let's find out what that does for the team on the leaderboard. In 6th position, the Dolly Dealers, well, it was worse yesterday. They are £1,000, I'm afraid, away from leaving the show. Let's hope that they don't leave. In 5th position, we've got the Footsie in 4th place. We have got the Saratogas doing quite well, heading up towards a profit at some point. In 3rd place, we have got the Likely Lads, sort of bubbling along at 103. That means that you are, yes, in 2nd position with 106,000. You've done rather well today. And in 1st position, The Freshers with £135,000. Okay, well, the dolly dealers aren't doing it too well. And joining us on the line is Philippa. Hi, Philippa.
Hello, hello, hello.
I hope you're going to come back next week.
But of course, it's early days, early days.
Yeah, and you're determined to stay with us.
We are. We've been there since the beginning, and we're going to see it right through to the end.
All right.
And we're actually going to win.
Okay, brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant to hear that. Any advice for the dolly dealers from you lot?
Keep the emails coming.
They're emailing each other, are they? God, whatever next.
Kevin, I thought you were supposed to win today.
We're working on it. We're coming back.
All right.
And Tom, Murchison, announcement. Hello.
We should say no comment.
No comment. Oh, dear. Philippa, thank you so much.
Okay, take care. See you on Monday.
All right.
Bye.
We'll see you on Monday. Thanks, Philippa. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you, Chris Cole. Thanks to Sue, Kevin and Joe. Well done. Thanks to our tips to Ben Yearsley. Tomorrow we'll see if the Freshers can increase their lead even further, whether they're starting to lose that youthful edge. With 3 weeks to go, there's everything to play for. We'll see you tomorrow.
With a chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, visit the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money. Next up, all the Gen on Tower Blocks with Home Sweet Home.
This is Britain's obsession with work.
It's the feeling of collapse. It's that you've no more strength.
The day I snapped as part of the Stop Go Home season, Saturday at 7 on 4.
It's childhood memories of Cinderella that sparked the passion this afternoon in our earlier than usual visit to Collector's Lot at 2:45. Now, 4's passionate about investing in the stock market in Show Me the Money.
New York's a long way from Milton Keynes, the home of today's team, but that's exactly where they'll be going if they win the Show Me the Money Champions title. Will they make it? This is Show Me the Money. 5 teams have an imaginary £100,000 to invest on the London stock market. They have to make as much money as they can. Each week they must buy and sell one stock from their portfolio, but if they lose £10,000 or more, they're off the show. Welcome to Show Me the Money on Thursday the 2nd of November. Did you know that 70% of all the arguments between couples are about money? Well, we didn't actually set out to prove that statistic when 3 weeks ago we gave Kevin and Sue, who've been married for 10 years, an imaginary £100,000 to play with on the stock market. To keep the peace, they invited Sue's sister Jo to make up today's team, the Motor Mouths. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the off? Are you going to beat the Freshers? What do you reckon?
We're going to take a good stab at it, definitely.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about whether you agree or not? I just said there that, you know, 3/4 of arguments are about money. Are 3/4 of your arguments about money?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
We agree on some, and last week we didn't agree on Amstrad, but that's one of those things.
Yeah, and Kevin lost a bit of weight because you weren't cooking things like that. Later in the show, we'll be talking to celebrity tipster James Cracknell, one of Britain's gold medal winning rowers, of course, at the 2000 Olympics. He just won gold for Britain. Can he do the same for today's team? Well, last week the Motor Mouths were beginning to give our leaders, the Freshers, a bit of a run for their money, with a portfolio worth, when I said Show Me the Money this time last week, let's take a look. What was it? £104,630. So a decent profit, but obviously quite a long way from those Freshers on around 140,000. Now, Kevin, why are you called the Motor Mouths, is my question.
Well, I work in the motor industry for Fiat Auto Contracts, which is a part of Fiat and Alpha UK, and the mouths come from the girls on the side.
Now, you used to work with Sue, didn't you, Sue? And that's how you met. Tell me about it.
A long time ago, I used to work for Barclays Bank, and my friends informed me he liked me, and I wasn't very interested for quite a while, but he eventually persuaded me.
Really? What changed your mind, do you reckon?
Charm and good looks.
Yeah. Obviously. Now, Jo, you were new to shares when you came on the programme, and it's been quite a lot of hard work for you, I know. How have you sort of done your research or been teaching yourself?
Well, I don't have a computer at home, so it's not via internet, but the FT...
Yeah? And how are you getting on with it?
I'm getting there, getting better.
Okay, Tom, the majority of private investors do use newspapers and, of course, the internet for their research. Are there other ways they can get information about the companies that they invest in?
Yeah, I mean, one opportunity is to go to the company's annual general meeting. Companies have to have a meeting once a year to approve their report and accounts, to approve re-election of directors and the auditors. And if you go along there, you'll hear the company chairman give a statement. You'll have a chance to quiz the chairman and chief executive, ask them questions, see how they perform under pressure. And often, you know, after the meeting, go and have an informal chat with them, and they can be, you know, quite informative.
So it's a chance to meet the management, but having said that, the private shareholders' vote isn't exactly powerful, is it really?
No, I mean, we say that you have to approve the accounts and you have to approve the auditors and re-election of directors, but ultimately, that decision is taken by institutional shareholders before the meeting. They usually own over half the company's shares, the vast majority of the company's shares, so whatever the private investors vote for at the meeting tends to be overruled.
Okay, well, as part of their research, anybody, of course, can call the company direct for information. This week, we set the Motor Mouths a challenge to see how receptive their companies were to calls from private investors. Okay, so let's just remind ourselves of your companies and who you called. Sue?
Barrett Development.
Kevin?
Railtrack and Horace Clarkson.
And Joe?
Grosvenor Land Holdings and Technol Life Sciences.
Okay, what did those 5 businesses reveal to today's team? Let's find out in Taking Stock. Okay, we're live, of course, and the share prices are live. Tom, let's have the worst news for the Motor Mouths.
Worst performer this week is Railtrack, down 28 3/4 pence at £10.53. Not a big loss, £515.20.
Okay, Kevin, first of all, when you rang Railtrack, what was your experience?
I picked up the telephone number for their investor relations department through their website. They were very helpful when I rang and put me in contact with their analysts and brokers who I contacted as well, and they were very helpful.
Okay, and what did you find out?
Okay, there's been a lot of bad news flow this week, but they were, as I say, come up with a couple of ideas really. First off, the problem with the tracks has been identified. It looks like it's known as corner gauge cracking, and it's not just affecting the UK rail network, but it's affecting worldwide as well. However, Schroeder, Salomon, Smith, Barney, it sounds like the Flintstones, produced a report on the 23rd of October concerning the long-term delivery and efficiency of Railtrack, and they were very positive for the long term. And they also believe that Railtrack can resolve the track problems and deliver shareholder value in the medium term as well.
Okay,
so it's all very positive from them.
They are house brokers, though, aren't they,
Tom? Yeah, of course. I mean, companies have their own nominated house brokers. And as a general rule, they're always positive about their corporate clients. I think for some time now, Schroeder, Salomon, Smith, Barney have been talking about Railtrack shares going to £14 or higher, but, you know, almost they would say it, wouldn't they? This week, you know, I think obviously sentiment's not helped by pictures of flooded tracks, and of course there was another accident in Bristol. But what we're looking at is last week's news, the regulator talking to them, 15 billion extra are going to be invested in rail safety, and they can increase their revenues by 35% from next year. So that's generally positive, but, you know, sentiment maybe is not with them.
No, not for the rail traveller anyway. OK, let's have the next share for the Motor Mouths, please.
Next, first winner, Horace Clarkson, up a penny at £1.40. A profit of £171.67.
A winner already, Kevin. Horace Clarkson has done stupendously well for you. But in terms of managing to get through to them, how did you fare?
This is a little bit different. Again, I started with a website, and that was very informative, and it gave me the telephone numbers who to contact, including the home and mobile telephone number of the finance director.
Looks good.
When I rang the numbers, first off there was a BT message that said not available, move to a new number. And I rang that number and it ended up with a different company completely. I rang the mobile number of the FD and left a message. He hasn't unfortunately returned my call yet. I didn't ring his home number. Okay. But the company's looking good. Apart from that, pre-tax profits for August 2000 have increased to 1.9 million from £500,000. And their dry cargo division has had a 78% increase in turnover. So again, things are looking...
Despite the fact the finance director might be on the golf course, you still like the company. OK, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, the results a few weeks ago were very positive, and I think we all agree here that this is a very positive long-term story. No news this week. You would have to say that if you give your phone number out, you should return those calls. That doesn't seem a very proactive way of contacting your investors.
OK, let's have the next share for the guys. We know it's the winner for the Motor Mouths.
Grosvenor Land, up half a penny at 11 1/4. A profit of £1,053.61.
Yeah, you've done really well, because we know this share isn't actually traded very often, but it seems to have, helpfully for you, have been traded a few times over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Now, did you manage to get through to them?
Yes, I got through to Douglas Blorston, the managing director. extremely optimistic, really, really positive, very approachable.
Yeah.
No problems at all getting through.
Excellent, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely to Grosvenor Land's credit, is that Douglas is actually a very senior guy in the property industry, so he's a very busy man. But for a company as small as Grosvenor Land, it's still worth only about £4 million. Then the only way they're going to get the share price moving is by communicating with private investors. So that is entirely to his credit. As ever with Grosvenor Land, the shares traded to big discount to net asset value, but then amongst small property stocks, that's not uncommon.
OK, let's have the next share for the Motor Mouths.
Barratt Developments up 14 pence at 282.5, profit of £1,087.24.
Well done, Sue. Slow and steady, but it's doing very well for you indeed.
Yes, it is.
How were they on communication, though?
They don't have an investor relations department, but I spoke to a very nice lady in the finance department.
Right.
She was very helpful. She even said I could perhaps go along to the AGM on the 16th of November, whether that's a little bit too late for the programme, but she was very nice. The share price, we think, it's not just Barratt's, there's quite a few in the building industry.
Yeah.
Been increased this week because the government announced on Monday that they're trying to set an initiative up to actually increase cheaper housing, more affordable for local people in rural areas.
Right, Tom?
There was also some very small-scale direct share buying this week. Barratt Developments, you know, the last results were record results, very confident statement. They appear to be on a relatively low price-earnings ratio. If you believe in the housing market, you know, this is one of the biggest players in it.
OK, it's time for the top performer for the Motor Mouths. Tom?
Star performer this week is Technol Life Sciences, up 5.5 pence at 85.5, a profit of £1,229.20.
Congratulations, Joe. Congratulations, Tom, because it was a tip last week and it seems to have delivered. We'll talk about Technol a bit more in a minute, but first of all, onto the sort of communication thing and whether you got through to them. How did that do?
Got through, they have a PR company that deals with the investor relations.
That's always bad news.
Yeah, they weren't too helpful. We've had most of our information through the website, which is a really, really good website.
OK, but no regrets, obviously, for picking it.
Definitely not. Thanks, Tom.
Tom, what do you reckon? We haven't had a distribution deal, have we, in that week?
We haven't. I mean, I wasn't saying it was going to happen in the space of a week. I mean, I have to say, I've found problems with Technol that are pushing you through PR people. It's actually obstructing me as a journalist from doing my job properly. I don't think that helps the share price cause in slightest. But Technol, still a great story, despite the communication issue. We are waiting for a big distribution deal. They made very positive statements about that. They talked about being poised for significant growth on the 11th of October when they had their results. So I'm sure it's going to happen. I'm sure it's going to be big. When it happens, I think relatively soon.
It's going to need to be in the next 2 weeks if you stick with this portfolio and if you really want to win. OK, let's take a look and see how much the guys have made. I think they've made it this week, Tom?
Absolutely. It's a profit this week of £3,031.
Congratulations. Very, very good indeed. OK, let's have a look at those shares since you bought them.
Railtrack, obviously slightly disappointing. No one could have known what was going to happen over the past few weeks. But all the other shares are making very, very respectable profits. And Horace Clarkson, they may not return your phone calls, but they're doing all right.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done, Kevin. £5,000 is pretty stunning in those 2 weeks. And, in fact, you haven't really had any serious problems on the portfolio, although I seem to remember last week we had a little bit of a problem with Amstrad, Tom, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, Amstrad but bought it 1 week, and it fell down to £1.63 or something. So they'd lost £2,000. They decided to bail out. As it happens, the shares have recovered a little bit, up to £1.73, but they're switching to Technol. They made more money out of being in Technol than they have in Amstrad, so it was a good decision.
Good call. OK, let's take a look and see how much your portfolio is worth this week. Tom, show me the money.
3 weeks ago, we gave the Most Mothers an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £107,661.60. Very good.
Very, very, very good indeed. OK, but you've still got a little way to go, quite a long way. Each decision in the next couple of weeks is going to be absolutely crucial. The Motor Mouths have got to make the first of those right now in South. OK, the Motor Mouths have got to sell a share, of course, live on the show as ever. Are you tempted? Kevin's the real gambler amongst you, isn't he? Are you tempted to play the Joker card?
Yes, we've looked at it. It's probably a little early at the moment, so we're going to not play it this week.
Really? OK, so you're not going to get rid of all your shares this week. Sue?
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. And Joe, are you in agreement?
Definitely, yeah.
But there's a hint there from Kevin, certainly, that you might consider it next week, yeah?
definitely. I think we're going to do next week.
Okay. All right, well, anyway, this week, just got to sell one in that case. Tom, can you write down which one you think it ought to be? It's a question of taking your profits, isn't it, or dropping a loser. Sue, what are you thinking?
Railtrack, it's just going to keeps sort of bubbling under the surface. I think we need to make some money, get something in there. Horace Clarkson.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So what, you're thinking of selling Horace Clarkson?
Yes.
Really? And taking a profit? Okay, Joe, what do you reckon?
I think Railtrack.
Yeah?
I think it's time to get rid, maybe.
Yeah.
But I see what Sue's saying.
Okay, Kevin?
Yeah, we looked at moving Railtrack on the first week we were on the programme. So we're still looking at moving Railtrack on. But,
So are a lot of people who are trying to get places at the moment.
We're not sure, really.
Okay, well, it's a really tough call, Kevin. The responsibility falls to you. What are you going to do?
Horace Clarkson.
Horace Clarkson. Okay, and take that profit. How interesting. Right, well, before you give me that final answer, although you have, we've got somebody, and I don't think I'm going to change your mind, but anyway, we've got someone on the line who might be able to help you. It is, in fact, Mike Billingham, who is Commercial Director of Technol Life Sciences. Hello, Mike.
Hi.
Hi, thanks for talking to us.
No problem.
Sue, first of all, because you tried to get through to Technol, didn't you?
Yes, we did. We did have a problem with getting through to you yourself or anybody higher up. Do you think it might be better to have it in-house for investor relations?
This is always a difficult area for companies, particularly companies of our sort of size, because as you can imagine, we get a large number of people trying to contact us to find out how things are going, which is why, in the end, we appointed Hudson Sandler as our PR agency, really so that they could deal with a lot of those calls, rather than having half of the senior management of the company dealing with potential investors, rather than actually managing the business.
Okay.
But I can understand it's a very difficult call to make.
All right, well, thanks for answering that question anyway, Mike. I think Kevin's got a question for you.
Hello, Mike. Yeah. The show helped your share price last week and it went up a little bit. Are you going to help it this week and make it motor for us?
I think what I can do is I can give you a fairly sort of clear idea as to where we are. And you're right, it's a very exciting time for Technol as a company. The major projects that we are working on are technically very complex, but they are working very well. We're getting excellent results off the systems. And we are now talking to a short list of potential partner companies in some detail about commercializing the system for us.
You've been talking, though, Mike, for quite some time, and I think I detect some sort of investor impatience about actually concluding a deal. What sort of timescale are we realistically talking about a deal? Could it be before Christmas?
I think there are a number of things that are important to make clear here. We're not just looking for the first deal that comes along. We are here to develop Technol into a significant business within this industry. And so what we're doing is two parts of the process: convincing the partner companies that the technology that we have is as good as we believe it is. And that whole process is going very well. The other side of it is making sure that we come up with the best deal for Technol, not just immediately, but with a company that will work with us to develop future products, enhancements to the existing technologies, so we can really develop a proper business for Technol and not just something that's short-term.
Okay, but no sort of timescale from you there, Mike. I take on board everything you've said.
Right, but you really wouldn't expect me to give that.
No, all right, fair enough. Okay, Mike Billingham of Technol, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thanks
okay,
very much.
well, it's decision time. Kevin, changed your mind or not?
Horace Clarkson.
Right, okay. 140 pence. Tom, what was your tip?
I went for Horace Clarkson. In normal terms, I'd say cut your losers and go with Railtrack, but this is a game show, this isn't investment. You want to take your biggest pot and put it into something else.
Right, so really the issue here is the fact you've got a lot of money in Horace Clarkson.
Yeah.
Well, you've done so well with it. Okay, well, the Motormans have decided to sell it at the price of 140 pence. How much have they got to play with in part two, Tom?
In part two, they will have £24,033.80.
All right, let's take a look at the biggest fallers on the FTSE 350 today and see where you'll be very glad you didn't have your money. Market looks like it's doing all right because nothing worse than 4%. London Bridge Software, IQE, Cable and Wireless, Energis and Chorus, the only old economy stock losing money there, Tom. So just a few technology stocks having a bad time. Later in the show, we'll be talking to an ex-farmer who set up a software company in his chicken shed. When his business floated in April, it was worth £250 million. First, we'll hear from one of Steve Redgrave's teammates, avid investor and Olympic gold medalist James Cracknell. Stay with us. How did the oil company Shell get its name? Was it A, founded by David Shell, B, it started out selling seashells, or C, first successfully struck oil near the seashore? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
Do something special with your money, and you could turn it into lots more money. The Red Hot Penny Shares newsletter shows you how to invest in small company shares with potentially scorching results. Last year, the shares we recommended rose by an average of 52%. That's 10 times more than the interest you'd have got from a building society account. Red Hot Penny Shares gives you the hottest news on small company shares before the city traders have caught on. So call for our free report and find out how to enter the exciting world of penny shares. Call 0800 0193 193 now for your free Red Hot Penny Shares report. That's 0800 0193 193.
Now you can try AOL for absolutely nothing. Just call 0800 237 237 for your completely free trial pack.
You can have all the fun you want creating a look, as long as you start with healthy looking hair. The formulas found in Pantene Pro V shampoo, conditioner and healthy hold spray work together. With better protection against breakage, your hair can handle any look you want to give it. Get Pantene and have some fun. Look for Pantene Clarifying Shampoo, the difference your hair's clear to.
TD Waterhouse gives everyone the power to buy or sell shares. Now the trading floor is wherever you are.
This dry clean only sweater has spent most of its life languishing at the bottom of a laundry basket. It never has a few down the pub. It never gets to strut its funky stuff. But now it's going to spend 30 minutes in a tumble dryer with new Persil Revive. And something amazing happens. Persil Revive spot cleans and freshens dry clean only clothes in your tumble dryer. New Persil Revive for love, life and laundry.
This is our poster. About a 10-minute daytime call to Australia that costs just 50p rather than £4.90 with BT. And because we spend our time making your calls cheap, it's our TV ad as well. To register, call 0800 957 0077.
Rolexa remote-controlled garage doors. Luxury and convenience at affordable prices. The automatic garage door and window system that extends the security of your home. Phone now for your free brochure on 0800 018 4499. Rolexa security shutters for that special peace of mind. You'll be safe from the elements with Rolexa. Phone now for your free brochure on 0800 018 4499. That's 0800 018 4499.
Before the break, we asked, how did oil company Shell get its name? The answer is B. The company started out selling seashells in the East End in 1833. Isn't that an amazing fact? Anyway, more news to rile the petrol protesters. Shell are expected to report today they've almost doubled their third quarter profits due to the rise in oil prices. Welcome back to Show Me the Money. We are live on Channel 4. Today's team, the Motor Mouths, agreed, I think, to sell Horace Clarkson in part 1, which means they've got £24,000 basically to play with. Coming up in a moment, an inspiration for anybody who's ever thought of setting up a company of their own. Today's pictures from a chief executive who started out sketching ideas on a board in the garden shed. Now he's worth £40 million. First, though, a man who knows more about aggressive team tactics than any of our players. Fresh from his victory in Sydney, one of the 4 fastest rowers in the world, Olympic gold winner James Cracknell. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and before we go any further, you have got the famous medal, have you not?
Yeah.
Is it heavy?
Pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Not as heavy as Steve's 5 though when you get them all hanging around.
How was Sydney?
Amazing, yeah, they put on a really good show, and the volunteers were tremendous as well, very different from Atlanta where the Americans were a bit sort of over the top. Sydney was really relaxed, and it was a pleasure to be there.
And what about the race itself? I mean, I know you must have been asked this 100 times. We all watched it, you know, it was real kind of heart-in-the-mouth stuff. Were you confident throughout that race? I mean, what was it like?
I was confident until the last 250 metres, and I thought, this is where we're going to go now, because I felt fairly comfortable up to then, and then probably the last bit we didn't exactly go to plan, but we always thought we were going to win. We thought maybe we should have moved away a bit, but we didn't.
Well, anyway, well done for doing it. On to shares, which is, of course, what you're here to talk about, not rowing. How long have you been interested?
When a relative died when I was 16, I got a bit of money, so I sort of played around a bit. My dad works in the city, so he sort of gave me some advice.
So quite a while.
Quite a while, yeah.
Yeah. Now, and what about talking about it with the rest of the team? I mean, do they watch Show Me the Money?
If we finish training time, we'll sort of keep the telly on. Yeah.
I'm absolutely thrilled Steve Redgrave might watch my programme. Anyway, one of the most famous men in Britain. Anyway, back to shares again. Sorry about this. What's the most successful investment you've ever made?
Orange. I bought them just after flotation for around £2, and then they went up about 5 times. Yeah. Or up to about £25 before they got taken over.
That's pretty stunning. You must have had a really bad one too.
Marks and Spencer's I bought in 95 for just £4.5, and then went up for a couple of years, and then now they're well down, and I still have them.
Yeah, like so many people. Now, and what sort of investor are you, long or short term?
Long term, or maybe invest for short term and then tend to forget about them. And
Okay,
so
Joe,
you
wanted to ask Joe something?
Yeah. Any tips on what makes a winning team?
Majority or democracy, but I wouldn't have sold the one they sold.
Oh, really? Wouldn't you?
No.
Okay. Well, they have got a reason, because they really hope you're going to come up with a cracking tip that they can invest all that money into. What have you got for us?
I read about a company called Matalan in the paper yesterday. A retailer who's doing pretty well, and had first half profits were up 80%. Yeah. And their stock doubled. And they're opening more stores in France, and they're actually poaching Marks and Spencer's customers, so my shares are going to drop even more now.
Do you own shares in Matalan?
No.
Okay. Tom, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, we all talk about sort of the blight affecting British retailing and how so many companies have profits warnings. Matalan's actually been doing phenomenally well. Like-for-like sales growth at its existing stores, and a very aggressive rollout programme, moving to even bigger stores, and that's reflected in the results and also in the share price. The shares are close to, in fact, probably at a year high now. Steady upswing. It's a big company, so I'm not certain how quickly it can move. At the current share price, it's worth £3 billion, but it is growing rapidly. Earnings per share are forecast to go up from 9.8 pence last year to 14.3 pence in the year to February 2001. The caveat is the shares trade on a historic price-earnings ratio of 72, falling to a prospective price-earnings ratio of 50. Now, if you compare that with the rest of the retail sector, you know, that is a massive premium to that. On the other hand, one could say you have to pay a premium for a growth stock.
Did you know that their prices are still 60% lower than George, which is their closest rival?
You do more first-hand research in the sector than I do, Louise.
Thank you very much. Okay, James, before we let you go, Steve, of course, is famously retiring. He told us that a couple of days ago. How much longer have you got rowing, and when does this investing in shares become really important for you?
After rowing this morning for 2 hours in the rain, I'd say one more day of that, and I'll have had enough.
Okay. Well, James, thanks very much indeed for coming on the show. Thanks for your tip. We've frozen the price of James's tip, just in case, at 705.5p. If the motormans choose to invest their money in Matalan, they can buy it, of course, at that price. Right now, let's see what shares are favourites of today's team in Bye Bye Bye. Okay, Kevin, what have you come up with this time?
Right, I'm looking at Navan Mining PLC.
Right.
They're an Irish mining and exploration company.
You surprised me, yes.
Which specialise in base metals. They produce gold in Bulgaria, and they've got other base metal sites in Spain. They've also got an exploration site in Ireland as well. The really good news is that they've discovered a new and potentially very large high-grade gold deposit within 130 kilometres of their existing site in Bulgaria. I can't name the site, it's a bit long-winded, but that's the good and exciting news. They've also started a drilling programme just to quantify how much resource is out there as well. Okay. Also, Fleming Mercantile have just acquired 2 million shares on the back of that as well.
That always helps. Do you reckon this one could fly? Okay, Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, it's been a very successful mining stock. Now up at 82.5p, worth £50 million. Spain, the mines Aguas Tenidas, I probably pronounced that wrong, produces zinc, copper, lead, silver. In Bulgaria, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the existing mine, they produce gold. They've also, the new mine is at Kromovograd, which is on the Bulgarian-Greek border. Quite an exciting, traditionally, an exciting exploration province. That looks promising. So we not only have the news of the new discovery, that came 16th of October, on the 5th of October, they had an upgrade to the reserve estimates and the production estimates from Aguas Tenidas. Gold prices aren't exactly strong at the moment, but prices for zinc, copper, lead, silver are a bit stronger. So that's quite an exciting, this is quite an exciting story.
Okay, right. Sue, what have you got for us?
Cantab Pharmaceuticals. It's obviously been in the news of late quite a bit. They research and develop biopharmaceutical products based upon advances in immunology. And the products are used to treat cervical cancer, amongst other things, and also as vectors for gene and cell recovery, delivery. They have dealings with Glaxo, and when Glaxo and SmithKline Beecham actually merge, they'll be getting a 5.75 million windfall.
That's the good news. What about the bad? There is some bad news in there too.
It's been a very rocky ride. And the last year, they've had a few problems with testing certain drugs. I mean, their CEO resigned last week, but they had a really good thing yesterday. They announced that they'd had a bid, and the shares shot up.
Okay, so you're hoping they're going to carry on going up, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you say a few problems with testing. Actually, you see there, shares collapsed just a couple of weeks ago. Their main product, which is for genital warts, failed. It's not going to go anywhere. The shares slumped. A week after that, Jurek Sikorski, the chief executive, resigned, and they brought in a really big hitter from the biotech industry, Jeremy Kerner-Cook, very well-respected name, with the brief of putting the company up for sale. That started the rally. You see that little uptick there. And the rally continued yesterday when they said that they'd had a number of bid approaches. They still have cash. They still have 6 products in clinical development, albeit at early stage. So there is something there. The question you have to ask is there going to be a competitive auction for Cantab, or are people going to go in there, look at what they see and say, it's not worth paying for it? It's a gamble.
Yeah, and of course you've sold Horace. You've got almost £25,000 to invest. Big decision. All right, well, it's not quite time to decide yet. The Motor Mouths have another company to add to their buy options. We're giving a company director 60 seconds as usual to sell his business to today's team. The company is Actinic. Just 4 years ago, the chief executive, Kevin Grumble, set up the business with his lodger in their back garden. And the two men now have a combined wealth of £80 million. I'd love to know how he did it. Tom?
Yeah, this is a company, it floated in May, raising 25 million. It develops e-commerce software for small and medium-sized businesses. They had results, quarterly results in August. They had a sales over that quarter of just £600,000, made a loss, but they still have £21 million left in the bank from the fundraising. As you can see, shares went up a lot after the flotation.
Sorry.
They went up a lot after the flotation. That was well received. But since then, the general sell-off in technology stocks, and I suspect those Q3 results have seen some of the sell-off.
Okay, well, we've heard about his company. It's time to talk to the chief executive, Kevin Grumble, in today's 60-second pitch. Okay, well, normally at this point I say, welcome, Kevin Grumble. But unfortunately, no thanks to Railtrack, Kevin's on a train. So we're going to talk to him on the telephone today. Kevin Grumble, are you there?
I am.
Hello, I hope you don't go through a tunnel.
Well, I hope so too, but at the speed we're moving, that's not very likely.
Okay, good. Just one quick question for you. I've been saying about how you set up in a chicken shed. Is that true, Kevin, and why?
Well, it's not quite a chicken shed, but it was a wooden shed in my garden, which is where I work. I still actually work there today, although the company has large offices in Weybridge.
Okay, well, I'm glad to see you're not wasting any shareholders' money on premises then. Well, you've got 60 seconds to sell your company to the Motor Mouths. Good luck, your time starts now.
The internet's going to be ordinary. I mean, it might be hot and sexy now, but businesses will simply absorb the technology, just like they did with fax, telephone, mail order before. And e-commerce is going to be one more sales channel that everyone has. Our software makes selling over the net as easy as using a fax machine for about the same cost. We've made it simple for thousands of businesses, ranging from one-man bands like right up to the London Symphony Orchestra and Hasbro. We're the UK market leader with more e-stores than Virgin, Sage and IBM put together. Now, we've seen our share price rise 92% since flotation, with that brief spike due to day traders trying to stiff the tracker funds. But the analysts still value us at £30 to £50 million higher than our current market cap, which leaves loads of room for price growth in the shares. Internet.com reviewed us in America with, "Hold the phones, we have a winner, and it's winners you need to back. There's very little downside risk as we're already overcorrected in the market. We're a great company with great products in a booming market, and software's a winner-take-all business."
Brilliant. That's it, I'm afraid. That's it, I'm afraid. But you were definitely wasted in your previous life, Kevin. That was brilliant on the telephone from a train. OK, questions, please.
You raised 25 million in April. Are you using this to make any acquisitions, or are you just using this as working capital?
It's mostly for marketing. You can acquire technology, but in our business it's primarily people, and when you buy technology companies, a lot of the people walk, which means you overpay.
OK. Question from our Kevin.
Hello, Kevin. I hope you can still hear me. You're in the middle of a big push in the US at the moment. Are you worried about your bigger and more established competitors?
Bad luck. We'll try and get him back. Sorry about that, Kevin. Are you tempted so far? It's a bit unfair because you haven't seen the whites of his eyes, and of course that helps. Yeah. OK, well, the Motormouths have got 4 shares to choose from. Will they go for Matalan, which of course was tipped by James Cracknell, 705p and a half. Navan Mining, that came from Kevin at 82.5p. Cantab Pharmaceuticals at 140, or Actinic at 156. While the Motormouths confer, do remember that Show Me the Money is a game. We are not playing with real money. If you're planning to buy shares, make sure you've done your own research, of course. OK. What do you reckon, guys? Let's hear from Sue first.
It's between Navan and Cantab. I mean, unfortunately, it's very difficult when you can't see the person in front of you.
Yeah.
And although he was very positive on the phone, Matalan's too big, unfortunately. Should have called it for about £3 a share. But it's between the Navan and Cantab.
All right. Well, Kevin, what do you reckon?
Looking at Cantab, the last time there was a bid offer for the company, the share price rose to around about £2. So there's still movement to go in that, whether it's going to happen or not. Navan, is it going to happen for us in a week is another question.
Dear. Joe?
I don't think we had enough from lovely Kevin, so I think we should go with Navan.
OK, right. Well, Sue, it's your decision. I know it's a tricky one.
It is.
It falls on you today.
We've got to put a lot of money into it, and I think we've got to take a punt, basically.
Yeah, and what's that punt going to be?
Cantab.
Cantab. 140 pence. OK. Kevin, are you on the line?
I am.
Oh, bad luck, Kevin. I'm so sorry. It's such a shame you couldn't get here.
Yes, it is.
But thank you very much for doing your best.
That's OK.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Tom, what do you reckon?
Well, you're saying that the last time was a bid. I mean, things have changed for Cantab because its major product isn't there anymore because it doesn't work. Yeah. Valuing this stock is totally impossible. I don't know I have no idea what it's worth. I have no idea whether a bid's going to emerge in the next 7 days or not. I have a weakness for Irish resource stocks. I'd probably go for that one.
OK. Pretty risky stuff, but that's what the end of this game is all about. Good luck, guys. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how everybody's doing. In 6th position, we've got the Dolly Dealers. Oh, they're back over 90,000. Fantastic. They might still make it. OK, they're in on Monday, of course. In 5th position, we should have the FTSE 100. Yes, we do. Everybody else has beaten that. The Saratogas, 101,000 in profit. In 3rd position, we've got the Motormouths with 108,000. Congratulations, guys. Well done. In 2nd place, we've got the Likely Lads with 127,000, doing very, very well indeed. And in 1st place, the Freshers, I know, I'm sorry, still going up. They'll be here tomorrow, our 18-year-olds. That's all for today. Thank you, Kevin Grumble, a brave attempt. Sue, Kevin and Joe. Thanks to our celebrity tips to James Cracknell. The Motormouths now have got 2 weeks left to make it to the top. Can they do it? On tomorrow's show, find out what happened when the Freshers took to the streets to research the clubs and bars group and their portfolio. We'll find out that tomorrow. We'll see you then, 12:30, Channel 4.
For a chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, visit the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money. Next, Nigel Patrick stars in Forbidden Cargo.
This is Show Me the Money. 5 teams have an imaginary £100,000 to invest on the London stock market. They have to make as much money as they can. Each week they must buy and sell one stock from their portfolio, but if they lose £10,000 or more, they're off the show. Welcome to Show Me the Money on Thursday, the 9th of November. This week has been one of the most stressful so far in the year, I think, for stock market dealers. 8 FTSE 100 companies have announced results, including BT today. We've had the US elections, a mini budget from Gordon Brown, and the Bank of England announced this morning that interest rates are unchanged for the 9th month in a row. It's been a turbulent week here on Show Me the Money too, where we sadly lost the dolly dealers, and the Freshers' lead is finally under serious threat from the likely lads. With just 1 week of trading to go, today's team, the Motor Mouse, have got to get up to full speed. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Any tricks up the sleeve today, Kevin?
Yeah, we've got 1 or 2 tricks and some good, strong, well-capitalised companies to pick from as well.
Excellent. OK, well, our teams are all competing for a trip to New York worth £10,000. Today's company director could offer skis, lakes, mountains, or even a Caribbean cruise. And the life of luxury is on the agenda for today's tipster. Scott's Tom Stevenson will give us his blueprint for making a million. Before we get carried away, let's go back to reality and to, well, Show Me the Money reality. And this time last week, when I said Show Me the Money, the Motor Mouse portfolio had grown to £107,661. So quite a long way to go. Now, Stu, I think you admitted that this show was going to be a bit of a test of your marriage to Kevin. How has it changed your life?
Oh, it's changed my life more than it has his. It's taken it over.
Completely.
Research, yes. Looking at the internet, watching the programme, looking at CFAX,
what do you
following the news. My little one's very impressed. He follows the teams. He thought the FTSE was a team.
He's 4.
He's 4.
Yes.
He wanted to know where the FTSE was. And Thomas, my eldest one's very cool about it and is not particularly bothered about even watching it.
Ah, right. Jo, now you've had a bit of a crash course in stocks and shares.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think is the most important lesson that you've learned?
You've got to do your research. Timing is crucial.
Yes.
And Kevin will agree with Mr. Boat on a couple of things.
OK, well, Tom is with us as ever. Tom, we had what was in effect a mini budget from Gordon Brown yesterday. Interest rates, as we've just heard, have stayed where they are. But was there anything in that budget that you think would be worrying looking further ahead in terms of what Gordon Brown spent?
There was nothing particularly startling. I mean, there were suggestions before that there would be enough of a giveaway. That could sort of push some inflation pressures into the economy. I don't think yesterday that he did anything to sort of stop him being regarded as a relatively prudent Chancellor. And
there's some good news for investors, wasn't there?
It was, yeah. Chancellor Brown has said that we had thought that the limit on the amount you could put into an ISA would go back down to 5,000 as of next tax year. In fact, it's going to stay at 7,000 until 2006. Also, he said that you can start an ISA when you're 16 rather than 18, the current level.
Worrying. Thought we could have 16-year-old teams on the programme if we're not careful, as opposed to 18-year-old. Now, which 5 shares has the team got? Let's remind ourselves. Sue.
Barrett Developments and Cantab.
Kevin.
Rail Track.
And Jo.
Grosvenor Land Holdings and Technol Life Sciences.
OK, good luck, guys. We'll see if it's a winning combination in taking stock. OK, Tom, live prices, of course, as ever. Which is the worst performing share for the Motor Mouse this week?
Worst performer is Railtrack, I'm afraid, down 49.5 at £10.03 pence. That's a loss on the week of £887. News this week that the Railtrack have said that the delays for track renewal and maintenance could last for up to 2 years. Also suggestions that they're going to start running freight-only lines in the wake of Hatfield to increase safety. Neither of those announcements is likely to be positive for sentiment.
Well, bad luck, Kevin, because you kind of weathered the storm, if you excuse the pun, with obviously the awful news of the Hatfield crash. But any sort of regrets that you didn't sell them last week?
I think I've defended Railtrack long enough now. It's back to getting back in my Malta and sitting on the M25.
Yeah. You've gone off it completely now?
Yeah.
Pretty much. OK, let's have the next share for the Motor Mouse.
Next is Barrett Developments, just dropped 1 pence to 281.5. A loss of £77.66. Shares had a decent sort of mini run, nothing terribly exciting in the wake of the results and a very confident statement. So, you know, no real news, nothing happening this week.
You say nothing terribly exciting. They've done pretty well for you, Barrett, haven't they?
We've made a profit on them in the long run, yeah. Their full-year results were 3% ahead of expectations. So, they are a good, solid company. That's why we chose them. But a little bit boring at the moment.
Yeah, not much moving upwards at the moment. OK, let's have the next share for the Motor Mouse.
Next is Grosvenor Land, unchanged at 11.25. This is the property investment company, perennially trading at a big discount to net assets of 15, 16 pence. But then all small property investment companies trade at some sort of discount. So it's no particular surprise.
I have to say, you're not really storming the barricades, are you?
No.
And sort of, you know, challenging the freshers and the likely lads. We need a bit more excitement, I think, in the portfolio. Jo, Grosvenor Land, it's not very often traded, is it? Which I suppose makes it difficult, perhaps, to realise a profit on it.
Yeah, I mean, but they've done well for us. They had their AGM last week. Douglas Blawston, the MD, was very positive, very approachable.
Well, we spoke to him, didn't we? And you liked what he had to say?
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, let's move on to the next share, please.
Next is Technical Life Sciences, up another 2 pence at 87.5. Profit of £447. This is a company involved in DNA diagnostics. The annual report just came out, a very positive statement looking forward. It is all a matter of when they announce the big distribution deal. We've been waiting a long time. Mike Billingham on the phone last week seemed to be saying it's going to happen, but refusing to put a time on it.
Jo, what did you think about what Mike Billingham had to say?
Positive. I mean, he didn't commit.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But it still sounded, you know, it was very positive. I just wish, you know, that it would have been faster. But
yeah,
it was
he did say he was in talks with several companies, just no announcement as yet.
It's a matter of when, not if.
Okay, let's have the top performing share for the Motor Mouths, please.
Best performer this week has been Cantab Pharmaceuticals, up 5 pence at £1.45, a profit of £858. Remember, this is the company, its lead product failed, the shares collapsed. It then basically put itself up for sale. We think Protherix is interested, possibly a number of other companies interested, and we wait news on that side.
Sue, I heard that sort of thing. We wait, you're not looking too impressed, really, because that was your really big gamble last week.
It was.
I remember you having such difficulty making the decision.
Again, we missed the boat on that one. It was between that and Nava Mining, and I wish we'd gone for Nava Mining, but Cantab, I mean, it could still have gone up a little bit more. Yeah. It's just we came in at the wrong time.
I mean, in a sense, you're lucky that they went up at all. Because
I think so,
as Tom pointed out, one of their products had failed, their pharmaceutical product.
Their main product.
Their main product, yeah. So I think you should count yourself lucky that it went up at all, I guess. Okay, let's find out whether the guys have made a profit or a loss on the week, Tom.
It's a pretty close call, but there is a profit, albeit only of £345.11.
You don't just need 1 0 on that, you need 2. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the shares since you bought them.
Railtrack clearly has not been a great investment, but having said that, all of the smaller companies, more speculative, all reporting very respectable profits. In the face of, you know, the current market, it's been a very good performance.
Yeah, I mean, we mustn't be unfair. Most people would be pretty pleased with that performance over just a few weeks. Well, the bookies have set the odds at 20 to 1 for Motor Mouth's victory. Were you offended when you heard that?
Very.
Deeply. Okay, let's see if today's small winnings can tip the scales. Tom, show me the money.
4 weeks ago, we gave the Motor Mouths an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £108,000, £108,006.70.
Okay, let's just take a look and track the portfolio and how it's done over the last 4 weeks, Tom.
You know, this is the very impressive bit. A lot of the teams have actually, you know, almost gone off the show, but the Motor Mouths have been consistently ahead. It's not very exciting, but they're making slow, steady, consistent profits. In a difficult market, that's very good.
That's an understatement. Okay, now, last week you had a tip, interestingly, from the Olympic gold medalist, rower, James Cracknell, who came in and tipped Matalan. Now, Tom, should the likely lads, the Motor Mouths rather, I'm sorry, you don't look at all like the likely lads. Should they have bought Matalan?
Well, with hindsight, yes. I mean, I wouldn't have bought Matalan. I would have been wrong too. But the shares tipped at 7.10, now 7.91. So, you know, you'd have made 10% on that. It was a decent tip.
So James isn't just a pretty face and a good rower. Yeah. The Motor Mouths have got to make the right decision now. It's their last chance to cash in on a company's shares, or perhaps all their company's shares, in Sell. Well, the Dollies and the Likely Lads did it. The Freshers and the Saratogas haven't. I am talking about playing the Joker card, which would mean cashing in all 5 shares and buying 5 brand new ones. Motor Mouths, this is your last chance. You going to do it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, on our current portfolio, we've missed a boat on some shares. Not actually caught them on others, but we'll go for it.
Okay, well, it was bad news for the Dollies, you know. I mean, they picked a new portfolio and they're off the show within 5 days, or 7 days.
As I say, we've got some good, strong companies this week, so we're going for it.
All right, let's remind us, let's have a look. Thank you very much indeed. Right, thank you. Playing the Joker. That means we sell all those 5 shares. Tom, how much have the guys got to reinvest?
In it, they will have
£108,006.70.
Sorry, you didn't make any more in those last 3 or 4 minutes. OK, the team have got to pick 4 of their new shares now. The 5th will be bought in part 2. So let's start again. What are you picking to threaten the freshers, Sue? What have you got?
Right, my first one is Proteon Sciences.
Right.
It's a medical diagnostic research and development company. They identify certain protein markers, mainly in blood, which are used to ascertain specific disease states. They are a loss-making company, made a loss of just over 606,000 for the first half year, but that was in line with expectations. The current cash resources should provide adequate funding through till 2003. The best news is that they've got 2 tests that are now ready for commercialisation, one for the diagnosis of CJD and the other for strokes.
Now, if that does get commercialised, Tom, wouldn't that be the first known test for CJD?
Yeah, I think you have to bear in mind there are a number of companies playing in this particular game, so it's not exactly, there wouldn't be necessarily be a monopoly market. They are involved in the human genome. You know, it is potentially exciting. Having said that, the shares, at the current share price, makes the company worth almost £60 million. It's been a little bit of a run, but it's worth actually over £60 million. So there's quite a lot of good news already in the price.
OK, but human genome, that has been sort of a big drive for some share prices, hasn't it? I'm thinking of Cambridge Antibodies, which...
No, it has, but, you know, this company's worth £60 million. It's making a loss. It's got no products which are on the market. They're operating competitive markets, so there is good news in the price.
OK, well, let's move on, find out what Kevin's got for us.
I've got Billum PLC.
Yeah.
It's a venture capitalist company investing in internet startups. It changed direction from a specialist engineering company last year. It's got a market capitalisation of 11 million.
Yeah.
And the exciting news from it is it's creating a new subsidiary called World Life Sciences, which is to be floated this month on the AIM market at 1p. Billum have got a substantial stake in this, and this was bought at 1/4p some time ago.
So they're going to make a lot of money out of that.
So they're going to make a lot of money there. And it's also been tipped very heavily by some of Tom's colleagues, especially Michael Walters.
Yeah, now he's normally a very followed tipster, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, no, Mike is a very good tipster, but I don't always agree with him, and I don't agree with him in this case. Billum, at the current share price of 1.25p, is worth, you know, 10, 11 million pounds. It's got World Life Sciences, this biotech thing, but ultimately this is an incubator, either of high-tech stocks or, in case of the World Life Sciences, of healthcare stocks. It trades at a premium to net assets. I don't see why it should.
OK, well, Joe, what have you got for us?
Tusker Resources.
This might put a smile on Tom's face. Now, it was tipped by Martin Afire, the famous rugby player on the show, so
that's right.
You would have bought it, basically.
I would have done.
OK, just remind us about Tusker, what they do.
Oil and gas exploration in the North Sea in Nigeria. Announced on the 2nd of November that flow rates from their OBE5 project well exceeded expectations. Test rates were as high as 6,900 barrels of oil a day. Production should commence by January.
Tom?
Yeah, and the OBE field in Nigeria is potentially very exciting. At the current share price of 2.75p, Tusker is worth only 30-odd million pounds, and people are talking about this field having 1 billion barrels of oil. I mean, that's at this stage speculation, but clearly there is upside potential there. So obviously risky, speculative, but I'm quite interested in Tusker.
OK, let's have the final share for you for the moment. Sue, what have you got?
It's Glencar Mining. It explores for precious and industrial metals, zinc, lead and gold. This is in Ireland, Ghana, Uganda. They have one in Kildare, amongst others. They have the first operating profit since their Wassa mine, since they commenced production at their Wassa mine of $737,000. The production target's 20% higher than last year. They've also commenced the second drilling at Kildare, which is their zinc and lead project, and there's been a lot of growth. There was a little bit last year, but this year they seem to have come back again.
Yeah, I mean, on the subject of last year, this was on the show, and in fact, Tom, I've seen pictures of the Wassa project in Ghana.
Tragically, it all went a little bit wrong after the show went off air, but they had big technical problems at Wassa. They were going to have a rights issue, and they basically had to pull it. It's in January. So that was a big setback, and the shares came right back from 30-odd p to the current 10p. Having said that, the company's now worth only £10 million. Wassa is in production. There's upside possibility to expand that. They've got the Ashiba prospect elsewhere in Ghana. And then there's a slight distraction. They have these lead-zinc prospects in Kildare and also at Navan in Ireland. So, you know, it is interesting. I have to say, Wassa appears to be quite a high-cost producer. and that's a bit of a deterrent.
But you're confident that the bigger problems that they had before are now, they've now been surmounted?
They have certainly overcome the technical problems which they had before.
Okay, well, those are the first 4 shares of the Motorman's brand new portfolio. In part 2, they've got to choose the all-important 5th one. Okay, let's take a look at the biggest fallers on the FTSE 350 today. Bookham, off the back of the results yesterday, down 11% today, and the Nasdaq falling last night as well, of course. Tate and Lyle, bad results as well, down almost 8%. Chorus down 6%, Cool Systems, and thus down another 6%. Well, it may be close to the end of the competition, but today's company director is in for the long haul. Get it? He's the head of one of the most profitable UK tour operators. He's going to try and convince the Motormans that he can make their portfolio fly. Plus, if you fancy using the markets to make $1 million, today's tipster believes it really could be you. Stay with us. Which company floated in 1903 with only 17 shareholders made up of friends and family? Was it A, Tate and Lyle, B, Bass, or C, Cadbury? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
Rolexa remote-controlled garage doors. Luxury and convenience at affordable prices. The automatic garage door and window system that extends the security of your home. Phone now for your free brochure on 0800 018 4499. Rolexa security shutters for that special peace of mind. You'll be safe from the elements with Rolexa. Phone now for your free brochure on 0800 018 4499. That's 0800 018 4499.
With new Pay-As-You-Talk Smart Step from Vodafone, the more you say, the less you pay. Because the first 3 minutes you use your phone cost 25p each. Then for the rest of that day, it's just 5p a minute flat rate. Which means there are no more peaks.
Glad that's straightened out.
Low-cost calls day or night with new Pay-As-You-Talk Smart Step from Vodafone.
How could you lay your hands on several £1,000s cash?
I don't know. Raid my savings.
And your wife and kids, too. It would have to be a lottery win.
I've got an absolute certainty. 3:30 at Campton.
No one gives that kind of money away anyway.
Transfer your mortgage to the Chelsea Building Society now and they'll give you a cash reward of anything from £1,500 to £20,000.
I don't want to move. It's taken us 5 years to sort out the kitchen.
You don't have to move home. Chelsea will even pay the legal fees. Just phone 0800 341 341 for your free information pack.
Sounds interesting, but I'm busy. I just don't want the hassle.
Chelsea have made it very simple. Everything can be done by phone and post.
It costs nothing to find out. What was the number again?
Call Chelsea now on 0800 341 341. Then start planning how you'd spend the money.
You can buy that horse of yours, let alone back it.
The 12-hour Christmas Spectacular at Debenhams is on today only. There's 25% off thousands of items. It starts at 8:30. Don't be late.
2 households, 1 olive and 1 dairy, in fair Verona, where we lay our scene. Though born into strife, 2 star-crossed lovers conspire to overthrow the grudge of generations. Celebrate this union of butter with olive oil. New from Olivio.
If you find changing the toilet roll is a bit of a bother, what could be better than a double-length roll? New improved Charmin Double Roll. It's still 2 rolls of Charmin in one, only now with a new soft feel texture, so you get an even more comfortable clean feeling that lasts twice as long. For double the comfortable clean feeling, try new soft feel Charmin Double Roll.
Before the break, we asked which company floated in 1903 with only 17 shareholders made up of friends and family. The answer is A, Tate and Lyle, the sugar company. After World War II, a movement to nationalise Tate & Lyle failed, thanks in part to a campaign from the company featuring cartoon character Mr. Cube with his slogan, "Only the state will make my price jump." As we've just seen, Tate & Lyle shares haven't jumped. They've fallen dramatically this morning, thanks to news of losses, in fact, and effectively a profits warning. Incidentally, BT's second quarter profits have almost halved, and the shares were down 31p last time we looked. Welcome back to Show Me the Money. In part one, the Motormans decided to take the plunge and play their Joker card. Later, we'll see if this risk has paid off. Coming up, a chief exec for whom bad weather is always good news, apparently. But first, today's tipster is going to tell us how an annual investment of £5,000 could produce £2 million in 25 years. We don't normally wait that long on this programme, but anyway. Tom Stevenson, editor of Henscott, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
Tom, you are actually quite a brave man to come back.
Nothing for punishment, aren't
yes,
they?
because I have to sort of perhaps remind the viewers that you almost single-handedly managed to get the dolly dealers kicked off the show.
Yes, apologies to the dolly dealers. I enjoyed meeting them, and I'm sorry that I've been responsible for them leaving the show so quickly.
Do you want to tell me in your own words what happened?
I recommended a share, name of Cedar Group. £7.10, I think the recommendation price was. Shortly after the recommendation, a broker issued a note questioning Cedar's accounting policies. And not surprisingly, the shares tumbled. I think they're a little under £5 now. Subsequent to that, another broker has put out a note targeting £12.50, so you take your choice. I actually stand by that recommendation. I still think it's a good share.
Yeah, I mean, but you are lucky that the dollies aren't here today.
I am,
because they are unforgiving, I can tell you. OK, now, you've recently written a book, which is what I was referring to there, about making these millions. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I've just written a book with Jim Slater. It's called How to Become a Millionaire. And how do you do that? The advice we give is essentially the most important thing you can do is invest in the best performing asset over time, and that, of course, is the stock market. If you do that, it allows you to tap into the relentless and miraculous growth of the stock market over the years. And it allows you, in effect, to turn a very small amount of money into £1,000 or something like that, into a very large amount of money, maybe even as much as £1 million over a few years.
Well, it sounds great, but I mean, aside buying the book, tell me then, in words, in simple English, how I do it.
Well, I think there are a few very simple things you can do. Save regularly. Pay as little tax as you can, and you can do it very legally by investing your money in an ISA. We heard about them earlier on. Get yourself a sensible and rigorous method for selecting your shares, and above all, the most important thing is start investing now.
Yeah, but you still recommend selecting your own shares as
definitely,
opposed to buying
absolutely, because I think if you have a sensible method, you can outperform the market.
All right, let's see if your tip can outperform the market. What is it?
My tip today is a small AIM-listed company. It's called Vios. Vios makes what they claim is a revolutionary female contraceptive. And the reason I've chosen Vios is because we've got a week to go on the show, and so I've abandoned fundamental analysis with a week to go. I think two things matter. I think news flow matters, and I think momentum matters. And Vios has momentum on its side. Its shares have come up from 70p to about 125p. And news flow is on Vios's side. 2 weeks ago, they announced a deal with Boots to sell this contraceptive. And a week ago, they announced very good figures. So for both those reasons, Vios it is.
OK, I'm dying to know what the female contraceptive is, but perhaps you can tell me after the show.
Perhaps.
Yes, all right. Tom?
Yeah, the other two things to bear in mind is it's a relatively small company. Even now, it's only capitalised about £25–26 million. So it could move quickly. And although it is loss-making, it has net cash on the balance sheet, so that makes it a bit safer than some loss-making companies. Yep.
In terms of getting your products into the shelves as well, there is no better deal, I think, at the moment still, isn't there, than doing one with Boots, and they're quite hard to pull off.
Absolutely, yeah.
OK, well, thank you very much, Tom Stevenson. We have seen the way share prices can sometimes move on this show, and so if the Motormans choose to invest their money in Vios, later on they can buy it at the current price, which is 125 pence. OK, 1 week to go. The Motormans have got to buy a winner today. 2 options have caught their attention. Let's find out what in Bye Bye Bye. OK, Kevin, what gem, what well-capitalised, sensible company have you come up with this week?
Searching hard, and I've come across a company called Legendary Investments. They're established in 2000. They operate as a company that invests in internet and technology-related stocks. Again,
yeah.
They've got a well-known chief executive called Shami Ahmed.
famous for Joe Bloggs.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and he states that their investment criteria is to invest in companies with potential for significant growth. So I believe they're going to go up there. They've also...
He would say that. I mean, no company says they're going to invest in rotten companies. And the point about this company is the shares zoomed up during the tech madness, heads up 20p, which was clearly thoroughly ludicrous, come back to 4.5 pence. Even so, the company's still valued at well over £20 million. It's a premium to net assets. I don't see any reason why shares in the sector should trade at a premium.
But they've got a stake in the other fabulous company that Kevin bought in the first half, Billum.
Yeah, they've
that definitely changes my mind.
But no. OK, all right. Well, we're not going to agree on that one today. Sue, what have you got for us?
I've got Kern River, another speculative stock. It has interest in and manages oil fields in the US. It's expected to boost production due to the huge oil price. It originally floated at 50p in '96. It's come back down since then to around about just over 30p. Its market cap is 3.39 million. A number of trusts and directors have purchased shares recently. It has had a little bit of momentum.
It's actually a relatively low risk in many ways. It's got two low-grade producing things, Kern County in California and Calacuzia Parish in Louisiana. These are, low risk, low upside, American small producing fields. It has just raised two and three-quarter million at 25p. That's why the shares have gone up in order to make some more exciting acquisitions.
OK, right. Well, before we let the team make their last decision, there's one final option for them from today's company director. The company is First Choice, one of the UK's leading tour operators. Tom.
Yeah, as you say, it's a tour operator, also owns its own airline, Air 2000, which does 20,000 flights around the year, over the course of the year. It was formerly known as Owners Abroad. It's made a few small acquisitions recently. At 121.5 pence, it's capitalised at £553 million.
All right, we know the name, we've heard about the business. Let's meet the Chief Executive, Peter Long, in today's 60-second pitch. Peter Long, welcome to Show Me the Money. Thank you very much indeed for coming on the show. You have got just 60 seconds, I'm afraid, to convince the motor mouths, and your time starts now.
I joined First Choice in November 1996 and implemented a 3-year recovery strategy, which has resulted in profits increasing from 10 million to 54 million last year. We've now embarked upon a transformation strategy to reduce our dependence on the UK tour operating market and become a leading European leisure travel company. And we will believe that that will improve the quality of our earnings. We've made a number of acquisitions over the last 18 months. We have a new strategic partner, Royal Caribbean. It's invested £200 million within our business. We've acquired 2 European travel companies and now operate in six European markets. And we've also invested in a number of niche businesses, offering lifestyle holidays, sailing, skiing and golfing. We offer investors the opportunity to participate in the consolidating European travel market with a business that's got a very clear strategy and differentiates itself through specialisation. And I believe that this strategy will result in enhanced earnings for our shareholders.
Thank you. OK, time up. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have some questions. Sue, first of all.
We're seeing a lot of profit warnings from travel companies. Airtour shares dropped and Thomson's dropped. I mean, we had shares in Thomson's before they were taken over and they dropped quite a bit. Why should we invest in the sector now?
It's a very good question, and I'm sorry if you're disappointed with Thomson. You should have invested in First Choice. I think if I look at our business, what we've got is a very strong management team that really understand the dynamics of tour operating and know how to deliver holidays for our customers, but at a profit for our shareholders. In the last 3 years, we've delivered everything that we said we were going to deliver. So we have a track record. And then I think most importantly, the point in the pitch was to say, we accept that the UK mass market is a volatile business, therefore we're reshaping our business to reduce that volatility.
Kevin.
The travel market's becoming increasingly saturated and undercut by the online travel brokers. Have you missed the boat in your dealings on the web?
No, I mean, there's this first mover advantage, which I sometimes describe as first loser advantage, because we as old economy have jumped out of our box and we're in the new economy. We're not Luddites, we're embracing the technology. The big difference between us and the startups, which was said just now, we have our own airline, 27 aeroplanes, we've got accommodation on long-term contracts. The buzzword to the content, we have control of the content. we think the technology is fabulous, because what it's going to enable our customers to do is to make more informed decisions about their holidays, because we can give more information than you could produce on a brochure. So we're embracing the technology, and we don't think we've lost anything.
Joe?
Are you still vulnerable to takeover bids by your main competitors, Air Tours and QONI, and would this now be considered?
I don't look at it as vulnerability. I think one thing is clear: we're in a consolidating market, and we will either be a consolidator or continue what we're doing, or we'll be consolidated, and we will absolutely do what's in the best interest of our shareholders.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. I think that's all we've got time for.
Thank you.
But, thanks very much. The Motor Mouths have got 4 shares to choose from. Will they go for Tom Stevenson's Vios, frozen at 125? Legendary Investments, will it be a legend, 4.5p? Kern River, 32p, or First Choice at 121.5? While the Motor Mouths make their mind up, remember, Show Me the Money is a game. According to our website, over half of you started buying shares during the privatisations of the 80s, so I expect you know by now that prices go down as well as up. This lot do. All right, Sue. Yeah. Sue, what are you thinking?
First Choice, I thought is very good company, but whether it's going to give us enough oomph to beat anybody or actually come higher than 4th that we are at the moment, I don't think so. So I think I'd go for Vios.
Right. Okay, Kevin?
Yeah, I quite like First Choice, but Legendary does stick in my mind. I think it's got some way to go, but I think I'll get outvoted on.
Okay. Joe, it's in your hands.
Amstrad. No. I think we'll go with the tip, Vios.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You quite happy with that, you two?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'll run with it, yeah.
Okay, bad luck, Peter. Thanks very much indeed. But you can see they've got different priorities over the next week. Let's see if playing the Joker has given you an advantage. Oh, there we go. Look, you've made £4,000 on Vios. That's pretty good. Let's have a look. Anything else moving? Proteome, that's just down half a penny. No sign of any other movements in your other stocks, Glencar, Tusker or Billum. We're going to have to wait until next week to find out how their shares do. All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how you figure. In the 6th position, the FTSE. You can tell Jack it's not a team. In 5th position, we've got the Rinse with 97,000, falling off a bit, I'm afraid, our new team. In 4th place, we have got the Motor Mouth. I'm sorry, you haven't gone up a notch, but you've gone up 4,000. In 3rd position, we've got the Saratogas with 114, doing much better, the girls. In 2nd position, the Likely Lads with 134,000. Their portfolio is moving all over the place. And in 1st position, the Freshers with 162. We'll find out. Do you know what's happened?
They've invested in very good companies.
It's terrible, isn't it? We'll find out tomorrow, because they're on tomorrow. We're out of time for today. Thank you, Peter Long from First Choice. Thank you to Sue, Kevin and Joe. Thanks very much. Thank you to our tipster, Tom Stevenson. Find out tomorrow what tricks the Freshers have in store for their last week of trading. As attention mounts, we've got a chief exec who knows all about grinding his teeth. And famous tipster Ian King from The Sun is back to tell us how rain affects play in the city. Tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you there.
And for the chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, visit the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money.
Show Me the Money on Thursday, the 16th of November. There is just one day to go before we find out which team will be crowned this year's Show Me the Money champions. Our teams might have different ideas about what makes a good investment, but the survivors have all proved it is more than possible to beat the city professionals. The Motor Mouths, who joined us 6 weeks into the series, have been battling hard to keep themselves in the running. Let's see where they stood when I asked Tom to show me the money this time last week. There you are, guys, £108,006.70. You had quite a long way to go. You kind of gambled everything, Kevin, and played the Joker. We'll find out whether it's worked or not in a minute. Did you think last week you might catch the Freshers, and do you still think so?
You never know your luck, do you? There may be 1 or 2 cards up my sleeve somewhere.
Yeah, you never know. 24 hours, though, anything can happen. Tom, of course, our shares guru, is here as ever. Tom, most of our viewers are interested in shares, obviously, and trade in them too. But some people would prefer not to actually actively stock select themselves and go to a fund manager. If you're looking for a good fund, how do you go about it? Because there are thousands on the market.
We have to decide what sort of fund you wish to invest in. There are some which will just track the FTSE indices. There are others which will specialise in smaller companies or in growth stocks or in stocks that pay a high dividend. And there are others which have a geographic or a sort of sectoral focus. So you just have to decide what you really want to invest in.
Now, you can read performance tables from the past. You can read, you know, personal finance things in the newspaper. But how do you try and pick, once you've decided what sector you want to be in, how do you try and pick the best fund in that sector?
Well, looking at past performance isn't necessarily a guarantee of future performance, but generally it's good to back winners. Frankly, most of them are much for much, and there's lots of sort of waffle and pages filled with trying to differentiate between the different funds, but most of them charge roughly similar amounts and deliver roughly similar performance.
Kevin, out of interest, would you invest in a managed fund or keep doing it all yourself?
We have got investments in the unit trust, yeah, definitely. I don't think it'd be one of Tom's tips, mind you. It's not performing too well.
Really? I mean, what's doing better, your own selections or the fund?
Our own selections, definitely, at the moment.
Okay. That's interesting. Sue, your 4-year-old is starting school.
After Christmas,
and apparently he's been to meet his teacher. How did it go?
Very well. He was really happy. He really enjoyed it. We showed him around the school, and he went off for a story. And he gets a bit muddled with her name. It's Mrs. Pancary, and he calls her Mrs. Campercary or Mrs. Campary. But no, she's lovely. So he had a really good time.
And now, Jo, you were new to shares when you joined us.
Yeah.
Will you start investing for real now?
Yeah, I've put some money aside and I'm going to be looking at Tom's tips.
Right, Tom's or Kevin's? That was the question. Now, you've been in a recording studio, recording your album this week.
Yeah.
How's it been going?
Slowly but surely, it's going to be brilliant.
And I hear you had an interesting neighbour.
Yes, we had Donna International. And we had to kick her out of the booth because we needed it.
There's a claim to fame.
She's very nice.
Is she?
Very beautiful.
Good. Right. Well, anyway, last week, of course, the team played the Joker and tried to gamble everything to see if they could win. What 5 shares have you got, Sue?
Glencar Mining and Proteome Sciences.
Kevin?
Billum.
Yes. All right, no sniggering over there. And Jo, what have you got?
Vios PLC and Tusker Resources.
Okay, for the final time, let's find out how those shares have done in taking stock. Okay, Tom, live prices as ever. Let's have the worst performing share for the Motor Mouse.
Worst performer this week, no disaster. Vios, unchanged at 125.
Sort of heaving a sigh of relief, because at least we haven't got any red arrows. Jo, Vios was tipped you, wasn't it? Tell us a bit more about it.
Tip last week, manufactures and distributes a range of female barrier contraceptive technologies. Products include a contraceptive cap and a conception cap.
And the excitement is it's got to deal with boots, basically, isn't
Absolutely, yeah, to be sold over the counter in 2001.
Now, no movement on the share this week, Tom. Do you think there's upside in Vios?
I think, you know, it's an interesting stock. It's tipped, of course, by Tom Stevenson of Hem Scott. It's loss-making at the moment, but it's got a solid balance sheet, and the news flow seems to be positive. This deal with Boots is clearly very good news. Of course, it won't affect profits and revenues until next year, but it looks interesting.
OK, let's try and find a mover for the Motor Mouse. The next share, please, Tom.
Equally exciting movement. Billum unchanged at 1.25 pence.
Now, Kevin, you see, Tom will say you're very lucky that it's still worth 1.25 pence, as opposed to, you know...
Still valued at 1.25, not worth it.
Oh, OK, right, OK, time for you to fight back, Kevin.
Yeah, there's been a lot of good news flow this week. It's basically an investment company which invests in technology-based companies as well. It's floating World Life Sciences off next week, and that's going to add substantial value to its net assets.
Yeah.
I've spoken to the company, and there's also been an endorsement in the fact that they've got a big substantial investment in TigerX.net.
Yeah.
And Prudential have also invested in them this week, $3.75 million, and they've also put somebody on the board of TigerX.net.
Has the share price moved, by the way, during the week? Have you been on tenterhooks?
It went up, it's been down a little bit, but it's moved. Yes,
okay.
It's doing well, or was doing well.
Yeah, and it's interesting. What are Billum's net assets? I mean, if net assets were cash, you know, I'd say, you know, they should be trading close to that. But actually, its assets are investments in a range of .net, .com technology stocks. And as we've seen over the past few months, shares in such companies don't always go up.
On Kevin's behalf, I want to point out that Mike Walters has tipped this. Whose tips you're normally fairly keen on?
Well, Mike's a good friend of mine. He's a very good tipster, and I've got enormous respect for him. But not all tipsters get it. You know, all tipsters, we get it wrong sometimes. I disagree with Mike on this. I disagree with him on other stocks. He may be right, I may be right. Who knows?
All right, let's have the next share for the Motor Mouse, please.
Tusker Resources, unchanged at 2.75 pence. Oh, Vios has just moved up a penny.
Yeah, it's only
Big
made
move.
£172. I mean, it's kind of exciting, but really only relatively speaking, I have to say. OK, Jo, Tusker Resources. You're really setting the world on fire with this Joker portfolio, aren't you?
It is a joke, I know.
Jo, Tusker Resources, oil and gas company.
Yes, in the North Sea and in Nigeria. It's looking good. They're saying with the two wells that they've got, OBE5 and OBE4, expected to be at least 7,000 barrels per day, dependent on government allowables.
OK, this is Martin Affire's tip as well, of course. I don't know whether we should normally follow Martin. You might know, Tom.
Martin, I know he does his homework. He likes playing these, obviously, speculative stocks. Tusker, yeah, we had drilling news OBE5, so it's producing 6,900 barrels a day from that well. That's going to come on stream next January. Speculation from Martin, amongst other people, that the OBE field could hold 1 billion barrels of oil. That's speculation at this stage, but the current share price, the company's only worth 33 million pounds. So obviously, if Martin's right, the shares are undervalued.
OK, let's look for a winner for the Motor Mouse. Next share, please, Tom.
It's all happening at Vios.
That penny on Vios. Oh, no. Oh, that's bad luck.
Shows the live prices. Glencar Mining, unchanged at 10 pence.
Oh, no. It's a bit difficult to talk about Glencar when Tusker's just gone. Just lost you £2,000. It wasn't your fault, I'm sure, Jo. OK, on to Glencar anyway. No change there.
No. I mean, they explore for precious industrial metals in Ireland, Ghana and Uganda. They had problems with their Wassa mine early in the year concerning the gold leaching efficiencies, but they're sorting that out. They've got trenching programmes, one in Bordia Bosso, if I said it correctly, and they're going to start drilling next year in southeast Uganda.
So kind of a recovery play, really, for you?
Yeah, I mean, I had great hopes of Glencar last year, and then we did have this problem that it's the leaching process at the Wassa mine in Ghana. Basically, it all went wrong. But they seem to have turned that around. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
Wassa now has turned around. The recovery is happening there. They've got other acreage in Ghana, which is potentially interesting. And they've also got a couple of prospects in Ireland. Lead zinc prospects, Navan is one of them. So, there is interesting upside there. Small mining stocks aren't exactly loved at the moment, but Glencar's interesting.
Yeah, just gone down, unfortunately. OK, let's have the top performing share for the Motor Mouse.
Proteome Sciences is up. It's up 10.5 pence at 81. Profit of 3,217.
Oh, that more than makes up the difference. Well done, Steve. Congratulations. And some sort of fairly exciting news from Proteome we've had this week.
Yes, I mean, they've signed a deal with the CJD surveillance unit.
The team needs to.
Thank you.
Stop it.
To examine the effectiveness of the blood test.
Yeah.
But the main news is that they own a company in the US called Intron, which is looks like that's going to be floated in early next year.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting.
Tom?
Yeah, Intron is the real interest. It's IPO next year. People are speculating about what it could be worth. And current share price, Proteome is worth just over £70 million. So if some of the more fanciful speculations about Intron's value come through, that will really help.
OK, let's see, and it keeps changing, but let's see what the guys have either made or lost over the week. Tom?
It's narrowly a profit of £406.96.
Well, I think it's been proved that could change in the next half an hour, indeed the next 24 hours. OK, it's the moment of truth. How much is the Motor Mouse portfolio worth? Tom, show me the money. 6 weeks ago, the Motor Mouse were given an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £108,566, 10 pence. OK, Tom, what's happened to the team's portfolio over the last 5 weeks? Let's take a look. Well, it's been very volatile today, but overall, they started off very well, in profit right from day one, and it's been a gradual uptick until about 5 minutes ago, all the way through. OK, well, that's how the portfolio has fared, but it wouldn't be showing the money if we didn't remind the teams of what they could have done to make even more. Let's take a look at the Motor Mouse best and worst decisions. Well, the Motor Mouse did quite well by playing their joker card last week, but they haven't always got it right. This is what Sue thought of one of her husband, Kevin's choices.
Kevin said he'd looked into it, and he has been looking into it, and we didn't think it'd go any lower, but as Tom says, they do go lower. Yeah. And that's abysmal, really.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking a bit thinner, Kevin. Has she not been,
I've taken a lot of grief this week, and yes, food's been rationed, I think, because of it.
OK, well, Amstrad was the share we were talking about then, Tom. What happened next?
Well, interesting, they bought it at October 19th at 191.5 pence. Shares then plunged, and a week later they were only at 164.5 when they sold. Took a loss there of just under £3,000. Since then, it's been a sort of bumpy ride. Shares now 162.5, so it would have been a loss of just over £3,000 if they'd hung on.
You were annoyed with Kevin about that, weren't you?
At the time, but not.
Yeah, not now. All right, well, Kevin, you redeemed yourself completely with another decision. You picked Horace Clarkson, which was also in your original portfolio. Let's take a look. It's a question of taking your profits, isn't it, or dropping a loser. Sue, what are you thinking?
Railtrack, it's just going to keeps sort of bubbling under the surface. I think we need to make some money, get something in there. Horace Clarkson.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so what, you're thinking of selling Horace Clarkson?
Yes.
Really?
Mm.
Okay, well, a good buy decision. I think also a good sell decision from Sue there, Tom.
Absolutely, no, blinding call. Bought at 110 right at the start of the series. About 3 weeks later, the shares were actually, doesn't quite show on the charts, they were briefly 140 pence, and that was when we sold. Sold right at the peak, come back a couple of pennies since then, so very good call.
Excellent, well done. So you did really, really well on that one. Okay, on the same day they sold Horace Clarkson. Sue had the option of buying Matalan, tipped by Olympic oarsman James Cracknell. Let's see what James said about the company.
I read about a company called Matalan in the paper yesterday. A retailer who's doing pretty well, and had first half profits were up 80%.
Yeah.
And their stock doubled. And they're opening more stores in France, and they're actually poaching Marks & Spencer's customers, so my share's going to drop even more now.
Despite the laid-back style of our Olympic tipster, interestingly, Sue said it was too expensive, but actually, James Cracknell, I think, was spot on.
He was an interesting style of doing research, but James tipped the shares when they were 7.18, just after I had excellent results. They zoomed all the way up to about £8, but then they've come back somewhat. They're now 7.52, so it's a profit, not a massive profit, 4% profit nonetheless.
Yeah, he had the best performing celebrity tip, didn't he, Tom?
It says a lot about how bad some of the other tips were.
I have to say it does. OK, let's take a look at some of the shares you would not want to have your money in today. The top 5 fallers on the FTSE 350. Future Network, it just keeps going down another 7% today. Arm down 5%, Bodycote down 4.25%. Bookham down a little bit, that's not much for Bookham really, and Energys down 4.5% as well. Later on we'll discover the secrets of how the city big boys handle billion-pound portfolios. We'll see how much the motor mouths would have made if they'd kept their original portfolio from the beginning of the series. And don't miss another hot stock tip. Stay with us. Which drink did Britney Spears recently endorse in an American advert? Was it A, orange juice, B, milk, or C, mineral water? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
Do something special with your money, and you could turn it into lots more money. The Red Hot Penny Shares newsletter shows you how to invest in small company shares with potentially scorching results. Last year, the shares we recommended rose by an average of 52%. That's 10 times more than the interest you'd have got from a building society account. Red Hot Penny Shares gives you the hottest news on small company shares before the city traders have caught on. So call for our free report and find out how to enter the exciting world of penny shares. Call 0800 0193 193 now for your free Red Hot Penny Shares report. That's 0800 0193 193.
Hello and welcome to Family Finance. And let's start by taking a look at tomorrow's headlines.
Well, that would be nice. But in fact, it's difficult to predict what's going to happen today, let alone tomorrow. Which is why, for peace of mind and security, everybody should have life insurance.
Cornhill Direct have developed the Guaranteed Cashback Plan to offer life insurance with a difference. It provides cover up to £125,000, so your loved ones won't face financial hardship if the worst should happen. And cashback for you if it doesn't.
The Guaranteed Cashback Plan costs from as little as £8 a month. And the really good news is that if nothing happens to you, after 15 years, you're guaranteed half of your premiums back. So that's a full 15 years life cover, plus a handy lump sum at the end of the term. What's more, your last year's cover is completely free.
To find out more about Guaranteed Cashback and how it can help your future, call 0800 214 215 now. That's 0800 214 215.
Our best has just got better. Better cleaning, better looking. New Fairy Liquid.
Morning, Bob. Brought these back. Sorry it's been a while. I mislaid them. Call's come up then?
No. I just switched mortgage to the Chelsea.
Transfer your mortgage to the Chelsea Building Society and we'll give you a cash reward of anything from £1,500 to £20,000. To find out how, call 0800 341 341.
Suppose we'll be getting new neighbours then?
No, we're not moving.
You don't have to move home and we'll even pay the legal costs.
I remember our mortgage. Took forever.
This was easy. All done by phone and post.
Don't suppose I could, for a spin sometime?
Get your own, John. Give Chelsea a call.
Yes. Yes, I will. Thanks, Bob.
Call Chelsea now on 0800 341 341. Then start planning how you'll spend the money.
You'll have noticed there's a lot of mobile phones around these days, but we do all tend to use them in different ways.
There's people who go on and on and on and seem to sort their whole lives out with a phone they simply couldn't possibly do without.
And those that don't say much at all. There are people who mostly talk at night.
And some who have a phone just in case.
But however you use your mobile, Vodafone Pay As You Talk has a prepaid service to suit you. Of course, you can change your tariff if you like, because after all, no one likes to be put in a box, do they?
However you use your phone, there's a prepaid service for you with Pay As You Talk from Vodafone.
In part one, we asked you which kind of drink Britney Spears recently endorsed in an American advert. The answer is B, milk. And she's expensive. The campaign costs $110 million a year. Britney is the 100th celebrity to feature in it since it began 6 years ago. At home, Dairy Crest is our largest producer of milk and Stilton cheese. The results out today show a drop in profits, I'm afraid, of 13%. Welcome back to Show Me the Money. It's the last outing with the Motor Mouths. In part one, we saw their portfolio was worth, eventually, £108,566. Of course, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see what their final position on the leaderboard is and who has won that £10,000 trip to New York. You quite fancy that, don't you?
Yeah.
All of you. Any hope, do you think, of making it?
There's always hope.
There's always hope.
On today's performance,
maybe not. 24 hours. Well, we'll find out tomorrow, of course. Show Me the Money is all about private investors, but in fact, 3/4 of shares are actually held by institutions. Effectively, about 3/4 of the city are controlled by them. Here to tell us more is former city man and now author Tony Golding. Tony, what's your investment background?
Well, I spent 24 years in the city. I started off as an analyst with a firm that's now part of Merrill Lynch. Then went into investment management, and then for the last 9 years I was actually in investment banking.
How big a change is it for you to now be not in the city and writing books? Big change, I imagine.
Well, yes, it's a lot quieter, a lot less stimulus, but it's different.
Now, the book you've written is about the institutions and how they control the city. How important is it for private investors to understand that, or to understand how institutions behave?
Well, as you said in your introduction, 75% of the shares in the city are owned by the institutions. And I think it's important for the private investors to understand the impact that they have on share prices. I mean, let's face it, it's the institutions who really make the prices, except in very small companies.
And how can private investors, in a sense, I mean, are you saying they need to sort of educate themselves about how these institutions work in order to try and beat them?
Well, I think they can beat them because there is one big disadvantage that the institutions have and one advantage that the private investors have. Those institutions have a liquidity problem. That means that they can't easily buy and sell shares. I mean, they're dealing, if you've got a £100 million portfolio instead of a £100,000 portfolio, and you've got 80 or 90 stocks in it, which is average for an institutional fund, each of your shares is going to be worth over £1 million. Now, buying some of the companies that you on the programme have dealt with, trying to put £1 million into those would be very difficult indeed. So I think among the smaller companies, the fact that the institutions are a bit like elephants or trampling around makes it much more difficult for them and gives the private investor a big advantage.
Tom, you'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's also, I think, the advantage the private investor has, which is that you don't really have to answer to your trustees. You can afford to make slightly braver calls, whereas if you're an institution, every 3 months you have to put in your returns.
Exactly.
And that tends to make private investors braver. Sometimes a bit foolhardy, but braver. And that can be an advantage as well.
OK. I know that the team, obviously, the tip is no good to them because they can't buy and sell. They've got to stick with their portfolio for another 24 hours. But, Tony, out of interest, for a longer-term investment, have you got a company for us today?
Well, I have, and the company is AstraZeneca, which, as you know, is the 5th largest company in the UK. And the reason I picked it is because it's the sort of stock that the institutions really like, because it's in a sector, pharmaceuticals, which provides reliable growth, and the institutions love stocks that give them X% a year in earnings growth, year in, year out. So, and it's the sort of stock I think you could tuck away for 5 years, and it may not do anything exciting for you, but you'll be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, and pharmaceuticals that we found out yesterday on the programme have done pretty well in the past 2 or 3 months, haven't they, Tom? Would you still think AstraZeneca is a good buy long term?
Long term, yes. I think it's a relatively, the predictable nature of their earnings. You know roughly what's going to happen for the next 2 or 3 years, and you know actually that their earnings growth is going to be double-digit earnings growth. So that's a good defensive stock. I'd rather be in that than some information technology stock which tends on a sky-high rating and who you really can't call what's going to happen to its earnings in 2 or 3 years' time. It's had a good run already, up at 32 quid. It's pretty close to its year high, but you shouldn't be deterred from buying stocks at a year high. That's telling you it's a quality play.
Kevin, what do you reckon? Billam or AstraZeneca?
Definitely Billam, yeah. More opportunity for growth with Billam.
No, seriously though, if your own portfolio, Sue, is that the kind of stock you'd consider?
Yes, I mean, it's quite an expensive stock.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, like Proteome, it's interesting. It's a bit more interesting and a bit more substance to it than some.
And you can see the point of this, of what Tony's making about the institutions and how, in that sense, you could do quite well out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Tony Golding, thank you very much indeed for coming on the show. I don't think we'll bother freezing your tip, because it's a pretty big company. I don't think it's going to move. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. If you are thinking of investing in AstraZeneca, of course, please do your own research, and remember that prices can go down as well as up, and don't buy shares of money you can't afford to lose. Okay, you might remember on the show, Tom had to put his reputation on the line by giving share tips to the teams. To be fair to him, he does it every day, but he had to come up with 5 tips in Tom's bowler 3 weeks ago. He picked shares that he thought might show a quick return for our investors. Some did, some didn't. Tom, we're going to take a look through your tips now and see how they performed. Okay, the worst tip of them all, and it was pretty all right, was Tetnal. Tom, the motor mouths, you tipped this to them. They did actually make a profit, didn't they? Talk us through Tetnal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think it'd be a more exciting tip. Tetnal, I think the shares went up by 2 or 3 pence. You made a quick profit. They've now come down by 2 or 3 pence. It's not been a massive movement. Essentially, as we know, we're waiting for this distribution deal. It hasn't happened yet. I suspect this is a sort of sensible ennui in some quarters, but eventually it will happen and the shares will go up.
Okay. The next one was for the dolly dealers, and this was Murchison United.
This is the tin mining stock from Australia. I didn't do much for the dolly dealers either, I'm afraid. I've still got great faith in this company. I went out for a drink with them on Monday, and I'm sure that one will prove all right.
Well, we were hoping, I'll press you on that a bit, because we were hoping for a deal for Murchison United, and that's what we were hinting at to the dollies.
I'm sure there'll be a deal.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Right, let's move on. The next tip that came out of Tom's bowler, this did even better. Pono Na Late Night Clubs and Bars Group, which was picked aptly by the Saratogas.
It was indeed. They enjoyed going to visit them. They just had interim results today. Everything on track. This is clearly a growth stock. It's undervalued still. My target price certainly begins with a 2.
Okay, so £2 something. All right. Let's take a look at this is the second best one you gave, Tom, which I thought it was going the other way around, which is Orion, which is up 30%, and that, of course, the freshest benefited from.
Yeah, Orion, great stock. Actually, I was on the phone to them this morning in Australia. This is a company, it's got 2 things. It's got this Ballymoney a power project in Northern Ireland, and it's got the South Australian steel project. I'm fairly confident we're going to get some exciting news on both counts within the next 10 days.
They're about 37 3/4 pence, aren't they?
They're up to 39 now. They're 39 from 30, and they're going to go a lot higher.
Okay, right. And the top performing tip of all, strangely enough, actually, was when I say strange enough, was for the likely lads. This is Petrel, and up 51%, Tom.
It wasn't bad. The thing about tips is you've got to realise they're not just for buying, they're for selling.
Yeah.
These shares, I tipped them at 17. They zoomed up to just over 30, so they doubled their money in a week. They sold them. They're absolutely right to sell them. It's about buying on the rumour, sell on the strike. I had a fairly good idea of what was going to happen, and I was right. Shares come back to 25.75 still a 51% profit. It's not bad.
But I'm in a rumour, Tom, I can't believe you'd recommend anybody doing something like that. But on Show Me the Money, we only had...
Only rumour if you know it's going to happen.
OK, if you know it's true, right? Well, on Show Me the Money, our teams, of course, have to buy and sell a share each week, but let's take a look at how the original portfolio of the Motor Mouse, picked 6 weeks ago, would have done if they'd actually held onto it. I have to say, guys, looking at that, it's the best one of the lot so far. Congratulations. All that hard work might have proved to be for nothing. Tom, let's have a talk through this and just see how well they would have done, actually, if they'd stuck with it.
Yeah, rail track is, as you know, obviously there's been great issues about rail safety, and it looks like next year's profit is going to be wiped out by the cost of having to invest in rail safety. So that's not been a great performer. All the others, Barrett, Grosvenor Land's not often traded, but when it has, it's gone up. Amy has some very good results. It's certainly on the way up. And their top performer, Horace Clarkson, all in profit.
Any regrets? I mean, looking at that, I mean, we're going to find out how much it's worth in a minute, but in a sense, you know, that perhaps that you did play Joker?
Well,
no,
as you say, you've got to sell one and buy one each week, so it's a different scenario.
All right, well, let's have a look and see how much the portfolio is worth. The original one, without any trading at all, £108,743. Do you realise that's what you're on now anyway? Sorry, all that research, all those companies. Anyway, team, out of interest, out of all the companies you have looked at, have you got a favourite each, one that you would put in your own portfolio, Jo?
Well, mine was Horace Clarkson. I was impressed with that.
OK, you have that one. Kevin, what about you?
There's a lot of analysts agree with myself that now their mine is going to move, so...
Yeah, no, it already has moved, hasn't it? You wanted to buy it, but I think you rather missed the boat.
We did miss the boat a little bit.
But you'd still get into that now, would you?
Definitely, yeah. After speaking to the company, things could move on.
And Sue, what about you?
Proteome. I think it's got an awful lot in there.
OK, well, I really hope it has. 24 hours to go, and there's a really big fight going on for second and third place. I'm not sure you're going to make it to first, not after what's happened with your portfolio today. Is there one thing you've learned, do you think? Jo, I mean, you really did start from scratch, didn't you?
Yeah, I've learned that, I mean, the timing is crucial. I mean...
Yeah. OK. Kevin, you've learnt that Bilham's a great company, haven't you?
Obviously, yeah.
That's what you've learned.
Got to speak to the companies first off.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, all of you. Thanks for being great sports. Sue, Kevin and Jo. Also thanks to Tony Golding. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning. After 10 weeks, we'll finally discover which team are named champion investors of the series. Don't forget the teams in second and third place will not be going home empty-handed. Find out what they'll be winning on the climax of Show Me the Money. Don't miss it tomorrow, 12:30, Channel 4.
For the chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, visit the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/showmethemoney.
Been trying to monitor the shares every day continuously as much as possible. And we've been harassed a bit by the local journalists.
Oh, I know what that's like. Yeah. It's terrible, yeah.
But it's good to know that they're interested back down in Devon, Torquay.
They might not be so interested if you don't win. We'll
yeah,
have to wait and see.
True.
OK, before we get carried away, let's go back to last Friday when the Freshers had managed to make over £16,000 in a week. When I said Show Me the Money, their portfolio was worth, take a look, £164,454. It was an incredible day for the team. And Adrian, a great day for you today?
It's my 19th birthday today.
The big 19?
The big 19.
And any presents yet?
Some, but I've not had a chance to go through them yet, so I'll have to wait till this evening.
What about from these two?
I'm still waiting.
Yeah, they're looking a bit guilty. Now, Will, I read in the newspapers, in fact in the Times, that you guys, your share club has been pretty successful. It's not just Show Me the Money where you've done well. Over the last 2 years, how have you done?
Reasonably well. I mean, we've got our own personal investments and we got the share club. The share club's increased by about 150% over the last couple of years. That's pretty good. OK. Tom, the markets have really kept us on our toes during the whole series. It's been, I think we said, a roller coaster. It really has been. Just to sort of illustrate that, talk us through some of the shares that have had really dramatic movements. For instance, perhaps two risers that got away, that escaped the teams.
Yeah, well, if we look through, we have London Forfeiting is one, which is, as a company, its shares absolutely crashed out over most of the year. There's been a bit of recovery. It's a trade finance group. Its shares are up by about 117% over the past quarter. Equally, Mia's Group, which has been on the show more or less sort of every week, picked by both the Saratogas and the Dolly dealers, not did them much good. Its shares are up by 106% over the quarter.
And any shares that would have guaranteed a kind of rinse-like performance, i.e., you know, off in a few weeks?
I'm afraid there have been all too many shares that performed very badly. I'm looking at Glow Communications. Its shares are down by 82% over the quarter. Then Scotia Holdings, which has featured on the programme. It was a biotech company. Its lead product, Foscan, it got a regulatory knockback in the States. Its shares fell by about 80%. And then right at the bottom, the likely lads considered, but wisely decided not to buy them.
Did you consider any of those, Adrian? Did you?
We didn't.
You
no,
didn't.
luckily.
Just as well. Not the losers. What about the winners, Will?
Yeah, I looked at London Full Fate, but we didn't go for it.
You did. Well, you did some pretty good ones. Okay, let's remind ourselves of what 5 stocks you hold. Ryan, what have you got?
I've got Motion Media and Wiggins.
And Will?
I've got Northgate.
Adrian?
And Gold Mines of Sardinia and Ovine Energy.
Okay, has it been a week of growth for the freshers? Let's find out in the very last Taking Stock. Okay, Tom, we normally have consistent green arrows from the guys. They've been making profits every week. Let's see how they've done. These are share prices are live, of course, as usual. Let's have the worst performer.
Worst performer this week is Wiggins. It's down only 1.5 pence at 40 pence, a loss of £827.58.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to be mean because you don't normally lose money, but having said that, £827 isn't huge.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Are you still confident about Wiggins?
Very much so. Wiggins has transformed itself over recent years, and with it its fortunes, although obviously not this week.
Yeah.
But it has very exciting prospects. It's managed to get rid of some of the uncertainty surrounding the share with the environmental safeguarding of London Munston, and the race course in Essex seems to be going ahead.
Yeah, big airport in Kent they've got, of course, and this race course as well, and other plans for other airports.
Very much so, hopefully getting a solid foothold in Europe, and then hopefully the share will explode.
Explode, that'd be good, Tom.
Absolutely, no, the racecourse is a very small part of the group. The big excitement is the plane station concept, hoping to roll out 50 of them over the next 2 or 3 years. I'm sure they're going to do it. Remember, these shares are up from, I think, 14p just about 12 months ago. They've had a very good run. Shares don't climb in straight lines, a little bit of profits taking, but in my view, these stocks are going to go to about 75p on a 12-month view, so very good long-term investment.
Okay, let's have the next share for the boys. Looking for a winner this week.
Motion Media, I'm afraid, is also not up this week. It's down 4.5 pence at 171.5. A loss, only £568.
Are you losing your Midas touch, Ryan? The two worst shares. Just tell us about Motion Media.
Well, as we all know by now, they're involved in video of the internet technology, and they're a very active company. They've got contracts with Orange, BT, Guinness, as well as the Scottish West Lothian Council. And they're in such an explosive market that I think they're really in a strong position to capitalise on this. And when you compare them to firms like Geo Interactive, you start to understand just how attractive these shares are.
Yeah, I'm not mad about video phone technology arriving, but I'm sure a lot of other people are, Tom.
I think it is undoubtedly an incredible market, and Ryan's point is very valid. Motion Media is worth only 170 million. Geo, which is the same sort of ballpark technology, is worth around $1 billion. So much better risk-reward profile. We know they're talking to British Telecom and Orange. I believe they're talking to a number of other companies. We should have a good news flow over the next 5 or 6 months. One broker last week said the shares should be £4 already, and I gather there's a broker preparing a note which is going to have an even bigger target. So great upside emotions.
Okay, hasn't been the best week for you so far, but let's look for a winner. The next share, please, Tom.
Northgate Information Solutions is also down 1.5 pence this week at 86 pence. A loss on the week of £327.14. Remember, these shares have also doubled in the past 6 months. So
yeah, I mean, all your shares have done fantastically well, so I'm sure they come to sort of plateau level for a bit. But Northgate you still really like, don't you, Will?
Yeah. Northgate are involved in development of computer solutions. They help telecommunication companies and IPOs. Yeah, like you say, they've had a great 2 months. AGM last month sparked a lot of interest when they announced a deal with World Online, and that's looking like it's going to be better all the time.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, they launched the Street Names website, and fundamentals are good. Growth of 210% in earnings per share over the next 2 years.
Tom?
Absolutely. We've got the interims coming up on 12th of December, I think. Those are going to be good. I suspect that's going to cause brokers to upgrade their forecasts. Also, I suspect we're going to have news of a number of more contract wins. I see just yesterday the specialist technology broker, Brian Garnier, put out a 17-page research note on Northgate. Its target price is 150. I think that may well prove to be conservative on a 12-month view.
Okay. You're not looking quite as unassailable as you have. Let's move on to the next share, please, Tom.
Next is Gold Mines of Sardinia, unchanged at 13.5 pence.
Adrian, this is another one of your wonderful little mining oil
Mining
and gold
little
stocks.
company.
I say little, it's not that small, but anyway, you were hoping, I think, for some news from gold mines this week that would really push the share price
That's right.
up.
This week I was hoping that they might come back to the market and tell us about some drilling test results. However, we've not had that, so I'd hope that in the next few weeks that they'd come out and say that. Although they are cutting their costs, they have got this stake in Navan Mining as well, which is key. So I think it's a nice little company that can
How
do
much
well.
have you learned about oil and gold in the last 10 weeks?
A substantial amount.
A lot. Okay, Tom?
Yeah, they've got the Navan stake's worth about £5 million, so the rest of the company, the current share price is valued at only 27 million. What we're hoping for is news. They had some legal problems with the Oscillo mine in Sardinia. Peter Hambro, when I spoke to him last Friday, was very confident we're going to get good news on that over the next few weeks. Let's hope for that. He was also talking about Siliquia, which is another prospect in Sardinia. He said he'd have assay results from that by the end of this week, so maybe there's going to be some news there.
Okay, let's have the top performing share for the freshers this week.
Orion Energies up 6 3/4 pence at 45.5. Profit on the week of £13,772. 23
That's rather a nice little present at the top of your portfolio.
I think that's made things better.
Adrian, are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling much better.
Congratulations to you and to Tom, because Tom tipped it to
Tom
you, of course.
yeah.
Now, you were contemplating selling it last week, and then you decided not to. You still think the share's got further to go. Having said that, there was a big profit there.
That's right. I think last week we made a £25,000 profit, so now that's like up to, what is it, 40,000. So it's substantial. However, I still think they've got a long way to go. They've got a price target by the house broker of like £2.15, so there's still lots of upside, and then hopefully we'll have some news flow on both major projects in Australia and Ireland in the short term.
Coal in Northern Ireland, steel in Australia.
That's right.
Tom, obviously you like this one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, why switch out of a fast-moving train into one which won't be moving as fast? There's no reason to sell Orion. As you know, I spoke to their managing director, Neil Arthur, yesterday. He's coming to Britain next Thursday. He's going to have supper with me and Mrs. Winifred.
Oh, lucky him.
Lucky us. More importantly, I think we're going to get news next week of Ballymoney, the Northern Ireland Coal Power Project, probably spun off as a separate company, and also an update on the South Australia Steel Project. They've got a demonstration plant. He's going to give us an update on how that's going. If that proves as commercial, then the upside for Orion really is massive.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of immaterial for us. We've only got about 15 minutes left to go, but you've made almost £14,000 this week on that one. Okay, well, we're going to keep everyone in suspense for a little while longer. We're not going to reveal the value of the freshers' portfolio just yet. Instead, we're going to look at some of the freshers' best and worst decisions of the series. Guys, do you remember this?
Today, their imaginary portfolio is worth £95,361.68.
That's not bad, is it? We're having to say that now after sort of 2 weeks of seeing portfolios slide. Had you hoped to do better after 1 week?
A little better.
A little better.
Rather unfortunate.
Okay. Well, you've just got to do that for another week, and then I'm afraid we'll have to say goodbye. Hopefully not. Do you remember that? I mean, you really were sort of down £5,000 right at the beginning, and if it hadn't turned around, you could have been like the Dolly Dealers and the Submariners. Tom, what was going wrong there?
Well, they had two problems. One of them was Marconi. They bought that before they came on the show at 11.44, right up there. Just 1 week into the show, the shares had already collapsed to such an extent they'd lost £3,500. Very wisely, though, they decided to cut their position. They sold. Marconi, a couple of its rivals, have had some not so good trading news. Technology stocks out of favour. Shares have continued to slide, now at 7.68, so they were right to cut their losses.
Thank goodness. You were pretty relieved you sold Marconi. Okay, it wasn't the only one that was losing your money in your portfolio. EMAP as well.
EMAP, exactly. They bought EMAP at 11.23. They had to wait 2 weeks to junk this one. That lost them £4,000, but again, they were right to bail out after a couple of weeks because the shares have continued to slide to 8.45. Media stocks also out of fashion. We had news from EMAP just this week saying they're cutting back on their investment in internet and new technologies. Really not the place to be at the moment.
Yeah, nasty headlines for the front of the FT. I know what I'm going to ask you. Who chose EMAP and Marconi?
I chose EMAP.
No, anyone chose Marconi? You did? Yeah, okay, well, you kind of made up for it in other ways. Do you reckon those were your worst decisions, though?
Yeah. Worst decisions to buy, but we got rid of them fairly quickly.
Okay. All right, well, look on the brighter side. Let's turn to the guys' best decisions, besides, of course, selling those two. Here's the moment when their strategy really took off. Let's take another look at the freshers' portfolio and see if we've had any changes since part one. Panandayan's gone up rather nicely for you. Well, since we had the chairman on the programme, it's gone up 10.5p. Look at that. You've made, hang on a minute, you've made £10,000. I think you just registered. Oh, and there it goes again. It was frightfully exciting. It really was. Even more exciting for you, I guess, seeing Panandayan do that. Now, Tom, Panandayan and its amazing success was actually sort of the beginning of a whole a sort of string of success for the freshers, wasn't it?
Yeah, Panandayan, they bought them at 19.5. A couple of weeks later, the shares were up to 40 pence, and they decided to cut that position, move into a faster growing stock. Actually, the shares have done very well since then. They had drilling news just on Monday. Potentially a very exciting find in Bolivia. We don't know how much it's worth at this stage. They could go up further. We don't know. But they did the right thing. They sold at the top at 40p, so that meant that they already more or less doubled their money. They're up to 41,000. Switched then into concurrent technology. Made a quick turn in just a week. That became 43,000. They then bought Multigroup. Russell Bracewell gave a very confident presentation on the show, and a week later they sold that. That was 56,000. Then, of course, they switched into Orion, and the rest is history.
And the rest is history, thank you, Tom. Okay, now, of course, the freshers, just like all the other teams, have had to buy and sell a share each week. Let's take a look at what would have happened if the team had kept the original 5 shares they started out with. Well, Tom, we know 2 of them were losing money.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, 2 of them we've discussed already, EMAP, Marconi. Yeoman, apparently interesting technology, but it's technology stock. People don't like technology stocks at the moment. So it lost 4,000 on that. Wiggins has been a slow and sort of steady rise throughout the series, and Panandayan, had they not traded it, they would have done marginally less well than having actually traded it. Still, though, it would have been the star of the portfolio.
Okay, now we're going to show you how much it'd be worth in a minute. Any regrets, do you think?
No,
you're missing any of those shares?
Unfortunate start, but not really.
You turned it around.
Say,
okay, well, let's find out how much it would be worth if you just stuck with those shares and you hadn't traded.
It's been worth £102,076.90, so the right to trade.
Yeah, and by the way, you're beaten by the Motor Mouse. Their original portfolio so far has been the best. They would have been on 108,000. Okay, what about the ones that got away? After the break, we'll be remembering the 5 teams who were thrown off the show. The question is, what happened to their sinking portfolios and what would they be worth today? Plus, all the surviving teams are back here live in the studio when in less than 15 minutes the Show Me the Money champions will be revealed. Stay right where you are. Which of the following is not one of Tom's catchphrases? Is it A, let the trend be your friend, B, never catch a falling knife, or C, the most valuable commodity is information? Find out when Show Me the Money returns.
Do something special with your money, and you could turn it into lots more money. The Red Hot Penny Shares newsletter shows you how to invest in small company shares with potentially scorching results. Last year, the shares we recommended rose by an average of 52%. That's 10 times more than the interest you'd have got from a building society account. Red Hot Penny Shares gives you the hottest news on small company shares before the city traders have caught on. So call for our free report and find out how to enter the exciting world of penny shares. Call 0800 0193 193 now for your free Red Hot Penny Shares report. That's 0800 0193 193.
Gives everyone the power to buy or sell shares. Now the trading floor is wherever you are.
With new Pay-As-You-Talk Smart Step from Vodafone, the more you say, the less you pay. Because the first 3 minutes you use your phone cost 25p each. Then for the rest of that day, it's just 5p a minute flat rate. Which means there are no more peaks.
Glad that's straightened out.
Low-cost calls day or night with new Pay-As-You-Talk Smart Step from Vodafone.
Buy a car from gemjar.com and with their special deals you could save thousands and get it delivered to your door. What about my old car? Gemjar give you a trade-in price online and they'll take it away. Unbelievable! But that's not all. Pay just £9,995 for a Volkswagen Golf before the end of November and jet off to Paris with 2 free return tickets. Paris, eh? Well, where else would a model like me be seen?
Twiggy? Twiggy, open the door.
McCain Micro Pizza. Now there are 2 new varieties to tempt you. Ham and mushroom and spicy chicken.
This is an urgent appeal on behalf of the British Red Cross. Across the world, millions of people in desperate need look to the Red Cross for help. They look to the Red Cross for such things as food, medicine, water, shelter, and protection, things most of us take for granted. But without regular donations of £2 a month, much of this help would stop. A regular donation of £2 a month may not sound like much, but to many sick, hungry, and homeless people, it can mean the difference between life and death. Please give £2 a month to the British Red Cross, or as much as you can afford. Just call 0345 315 315. By giving £2 a month, you will help us save lives. So please call 0345 315 315 now. Thank you.
In part 1, we asked which of the following is not one of Tom's catchphrases. The answer is C. The most valuable commodity is information. Him and his catchphrases. That one came from the Wheeler Dealer film Wall Street, which is where today's winners will be heading, of course. Welcome back to the final of Show Me the Money. The freshers have now joined our other teams waiting in the wings. There are 3 prizes up for grabs today. £500 goes to the team in 3rd place, £1,000 for the runners-up, and of course our winners are off to New York for a trip worth £10,000. First of all, though, it's time to announce the winner of our website game, and again, a prize of £10,000. It is Vincent McCartney. He's a student at Sunderland University. Well done, Vincent. His portfolio was worth £125,000, and he made about £25,000 on Ellis and Everard. Tom, we've had 115 programmes together. Do you realise that?
It seems like 115.
What's been your highlight?
I think my highlight was Raj Basu coming on the programme, the GMTV psychologist, because I've admired his work for a long time, because he makes what's sort of a complex and quite daunting subject totally accessible, which is what I'm hoped to do. So I admired his work, and when he came on, it was very interesting. The psychology of trading is a fascinating subject.
Yeah, get-evenitis is what he was talking about, wasn't it?
He's a good investor as well as a good psychologist.
Yeah,
what about you? What's your favourite moment?
What, besides working with you, my dear? Terence Ahern, the oldest stockbroker in the city, and he was 86, and I think the Submariners, albeit briefly. Just meeting them.
They were a laugh, weren't they?
They were. All right, well, every team started with an imaginary £100,000 to invest. Submariners did their best to lose it. Over the series, 5 teams have been evicted from the show. They weren't the only ones, when they lost more than 10%. But what would their portfolios be worth today? Tom, OK, let's go through our top 5 losers.
Yeah, I think most unlucky were my friends, the Racketeers. They were thrown off the show with a portfolio worth $89,300. Since then, Orbis, the building security firm, its shares have gone up a lot. Their portfolio today will be worth almost $95,000.
So they'd be back on the show and sort of possibly even, within the leaderboard.
Thrashing at tennis.
Now, next up, another unlucky team, our Scottish team, the Tartan Traders.
Yeah, they were very unlucky. They played their Joker, and I can't remember, one of the shares, the directors sold millions of them just as they were playing the Joker. They went off the show with a portfolio worth $88,900. Since then, the healthcare firm Intercare, its shares have zoomed up by £5,000. Their portfolio would be worth just under $94,000.
OK, so Tartans feel better about that. They would be back on the show. I think third are your favourite team, Tom, I know, the Dolly Dealers.
Yeah, the Dolly Dealers, they were thrown off. They had their portfolio worth $89,300. Since then, Mears and Inter-Alliance have gone up, and their portfolio is now worth £91,700.
OK, I think the second worst were my friends, the Submariners, who lasted a very short space of time indeed, and I'm afraid they'd still be below 90,000.
Yeah, very quickly they managed to lose almost £14,000.
down to 86,100, replaced by the Freshers in week 2. Their portfolio's recovered a little bit. Still worth, not particularly impressive, 88,500.
Okay, and spectacularly awful, I'm afraid to say. The worst losers of all, I'm afraid, were the Rinse in just 1 week.
Yeah, nice guys, but they should think carefully before investing their own money. After 1 week, they'd managed to lose just under 14,000, worth 86,489, investing in Bookham, thanks to our friend Ian King from The Sun, and it's still worth about that.
Okay, well, I've been very, very cruel. Thank you to all our losing teams for being such fantastic sports and putting up with me being rude about them. Before we say show me the money for the last time, we are going to take a short trip down memory lane. Sit back and enjoy what we think are some of the best moments of the series.
Their portfolio is worth £88,837.56, £89,222.52.
I'm really sorry.
HMS Talent for any tips if anybody wants.
£90,443.06. They're on.
Hey.
£91,158.70.
Oh yeah, you're still here. Tom, for the 100th time, show me the money. And petrol's just moved up 5 1/4 pence. That's made you a quick £7,000.
Excellent.
Ah, now the smile.
I'm back.
Jim, having looked at your share price graph, you're a brave man. Welcome to Show Me the Money.
This week will be another major success. Non-league media is already a success story, and with
That's it.
3 million people passionate to non-league media, our success will be swift and sure.
That's it. Needed a referee's whistle there.
Yeah, I had a game of tennis this week with Yen.
And what was the score, Tom?
It's not a non-accurate reflection. There's a lot of close games, but technically I lost 6-love, 6-love.
What about the secret of a long career in the city?
Early to bed and early to rise, but most important of all, having a good wife.
Okay, we have reached the big moment of truth. Every day behind the scenes, another slightly younger and slimmer Tom has been looking after our team's portfolios. Okay, Tom, there you are. He's frozen those portfolios, okay? All 4 portfolios are now frozen, and it is the big moment. Tom, who is in 5th place?
I was almost going to say something nice about you there. In 5th place is the FTSE 100. It is now worth, over the course of the series, 94,370. So all our teams have beaten the market. Great effort.
Okay, congratulations to everybody. Well done to everybody who's beaten the market. Okay, Tom, now it's getting a little bit more exciting. Let's have the team that are in 4th position.
In 4th place are the Saratogas. They've turned 100,000 into £109,915.
The Saratogas. Did you think you had 3rd place?
No, we realised as the freshers were dropping that we'd be dropping as well.
Really?
So we were thinking this isn't looking too good.
Yeah? You're disappointed not to be in 3rd, Erica?
Oh, obviously, yes, we'd like to be. We were doing quite well for a while, so but never mind.
Yeah?
Well done, most man.
Yeah, so, oh, well, no, don't give it all away.
Well,
So,
we'll presume.
We can presume.
Yeah.
Well done, girls. Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations, Pastor Carolyn, as well, who can't be here today.
Yes,
You've been
indeed.
great sport.
Okay.
Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, Tom, right, now we get into the prize-winning category. Can we have the team that are in 3rd place?
Yeah, in bronze medal position are the Motormans indeed. 110,204 is the value of their portfolio, just by a couple £100.
Just done it. Well done, that was so close. That was so close. I'll kiss you later. No, that was so close. It's been between you and the Saratogas. I can tell you, we've been watching it all morning. Congratulations. Are you pleased?
Shocked.
Okay. Well, your prize, you probably didn't know, it's £500, and it's to invest in shares.
Thank you.
Kevin, what are you going to invest it in, Kevin?
Could be Billham if they come back today.
Probably worth £500 in a year's time then.
Have you enjoyed it, Sue?
I have, yeah. It's been really good. Good fun.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Thank
We've
you.
enjoyed having you. Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Okay. Okay, well, it's on to the big battle now between second and first place. And I think second's going to reveal it all, of course. Tom, which team are in second position?
In second position are the Likely lads. They've done fantastically well. They've been the only team to last the whole series, and they've turned 100,000 into 140,437. They've been brilliant.
Okay, congratulations. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
I'll give it to you later as well. Second prize. Ziki, I'll trust it to you. It's £1,000 to invest in shares. So, best of luck. Best of luck. Okay, have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been great fun.
Yeah? Okay, and Suki, what are you going to invest it in? Any ideas?
I can't reveal it now.
Okay. All right, well done, guys. Well done for surviving. Okay. Okay. All right, well, they made their mark from day one and stormed ahead. Tom, we know that the winning team are the Freshers, but I've got to ask you for one last time. For the Freshers, show me the money.
10 weeks ago, we gave the Freshers an imaginary £100,000 to invest in the stock market. Today, their portfolio is worth £181,465. Quite amazing. Well done.
Well done, guys. That was brilliant. Well done. Now, did you realise you'd made 181,000?
No, last we knew it was sort of below, almost 60 mark, but
yeah,
that is superb.
Amazing. Well, well done. Huge congratulations. Okay, well, to present your prize, we've got John Glendinning. He's Managing Director of Comdirect. John.
Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. We're all about showing that it's not just professionals who can profit from the stock market, and you've done that really well. So well done again from all of us. Have a great trip to New York.
You get one of these as well. Okay, show me the money investment champions. Well done. What's you looking forward to most in New York, Ryan?
Wall Street sounds interesting, but I'm sure the clubs will be decent over there as well.
Okay. Right, now, you're the winners. You know the rules. If you watch the last series, you've got to tip a share. Have you decided what it is between you?
I don't know. We do like Orion, but if you're looking for one outside our portfolio, Electronics Boutique with the PlayStation 2 coming out next week.
Yeah? Electronics Boutique?
Yeah. One to watch.
I'll put my money in Iran, actually.
Would you? Okay, all right. Well, we'll watch that one for you. Well done, guys. You've done absolutely fantastically well. Congratulations. Okay, well, it's the end of the show. It's the end of the series. Our winning team, the Freshers, have managed to make £181,465 in just 8 weeks. We gave them £100,000, you may remember. It may be our last show, but our website game continues with £20,000 worth of prize money. Log on, channel4.com, and keep playing. A huge thank you to all 90 tipsters, our company directors, our four lost teams, rather, and, of course, our share guru, Tom Winifred, the very slim and attractive Tom Winifred. I don't know why you're laughing. Can we have some words of wisdom?
Yeah, physical appearance isn't everything.
Okay.
It's up here that counts.
Thanks to John Glendinning and all our teams who made it to the final. It's been a great experience for all of us. Good luck with your own investing. Thank you for watching. You don't mind, do you? Oh.
For the chance to win £1,000 weekly with an overall prize of £10,000 in the Show Me the Money virtual trading game, visit the website sponsored by Comdirect at channel4.com/Show Me the Money. Next today, we're flying high on supporting acts. Starting next Monday at 12 o'clock, the return of Montel. What would you do if you found out your fiancé was already married?
I did actually think at one time of putting an ad in the paper to warn women about Mark and saying avoid this man at all costs.
Would you forgive him if your husband stole from you?
When I really sat down and added it all up, came to something like £58,000.
Could you forgive him if rebels held you captive at gunpoint for 15 months?
They told us they were asking for $1 million at the beginning, and then later on it seemed to go up and up.
Should you forgive them? Cutting Edge explores the decision to forgive or not. Tuesday at 9 on 4.
Hello and welcome to Family Finance. And let's start by taking a look at tomorrow's headlines.
Well, that would be nice. But in fact, it's difficult to predict what's going to happen today, let alone tomorrow. Which is why, for peace of mind and security, everybody should have life insurance.
Cornhill Direct have developed the Guaranteed Cashback Plan to offer life insurance with a difference. It provides cover up to £125,000, so your loved ones won't face financial hardship if the worst should happen. And cashback for you if it doesn't.
The guaranteed cashback plan costs from as little as £8 a month. And the really good news is that if nothing happens to you, after 15 years, you're guaranteed half of your premiums back. So that's a full 15 years life cover, plus a handy lump sum at the end of the term. What's more, your last year's cover is completely free.
To find out more about guaranteed cashback and how it can help your future, call 0800 214 215 now. That's 0800 214 215.
To start trading shares from just £9.75, call now on 0800 169 8899 or visit our website.
Do I hear an annual income of £1.5 million? £2 million, that'll keep you afloat, madam. 3.25 million. 25 million, wizard. A knockout, 30 million. No, £56 million per year.
I say, 600 million? Who is that man?
Find out who earns the most in Britain. The Pay List, this Sunday in the Sunday Times.
Like most opponents, flu's no pushover. Last year it put thousands of people in hospital. Now there's a free flu jab, ready and waiting for everyone 65 or over and those in at-risk groups. If you're unsure, see your doctor. Don't get knocked out by flu. Get your jab in first.
The only way 4 of us could produce this much washing would be for someone to be changing 16 times a day. I haven't even got time to look in the mirror, so I don't think it's me.
Easy-to-use Persil tablets will get that mountain of washing clean in no time. But if you really want to simplify your life, have them do their own washing.
Persil for love, life
and laundry.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou?
Well, hello. They call me Hunger.
Juliet, didst thou not have shreddies for breakfast?
It's Shreddies with their layer upon layer of whole wheat and great taste that keep hunger locked up till lunch. Shreddies and frosted Shreddies keep hunger locked up till lunch.
Coleman's new 2-in-1 sauces. 2 completely different sauces that complement each other perfectly for one delicious meal, like Cajun chicken and southern fried wedges. Coleman's new 2-in-1 sauces make any meal complete.
£50 each. Whoever gets the most lyrics from The Sound of Music into the trials wins the lot.
We could,
Yes, we could.
That would be.
That would be.
Just don't try and suck me in.
Say that again.
What, suck me in?
Fantastic, fantastic. Could you,
It's all about the route you take to win. North Square, Wednesday at 9 on 4.
Wallow in a little musical magic and you'll never get rich in 20 minutes after supporting acts.
Everybody wants to see, with an aeroplane, something that hasn't been seen before, but it's all been seen before. I'm an aviation advisor to the film and television industry, and a pilot as well. I started as an engineer with this company in the early 60s. On the support side of film productions. There came a time where we were short of pilots, and I got my pilot's license when I was 17, 18, and started ferrying aeroplanes around for the various productions, but not actually flying in them until I was experienced enough. But as a result of the hobby side of my flying, which was flying aerobatic competitions, one gained the experience and the sort of level of expertise required and the accuracy of flying to start doing some of the movie flying ourselves. The usual train of events is somebody would approach us with a script and ask us to look at it, see if it's practical to do, and get a price out of us. We would go through it on the technical side to make sure that, one, the shots are feasible, and two, that they're actually safe to do. I never do anything without first seeing a storyboard and seeing what's in their minds. You usually find there's some differences between the storyboard and the script, and it's impractical to do some of these shots, so we would find a way around it by maybe looking at another location which is similar, taking a video out and videoing everything so we can actually emulate the shot they require in a basic sense, so we can go to the director and say, look, this is what we've done, are you happy with this? There are times when it is almost impossible, so you are trying to perform the impossible. This is 1917 Sopwith Camel, pretty much perfect in appearance, but in fact it was built for a film called The Great Waldo Pepper, a Robert Redford film, and it was designed specifically for film use. So it's made out of modern materials, has a modern engine, you've got camera points on it, you can run the original guns, it has literally everything, modern radios, everything to make it convenient to get the right material. This aeroplane is a French Stomp SV4, built 1946. I'm pretty sure that it's been used as a type more than any other aircraft in the movie industry. This in particular has probably been in 80 productions, everything from Treasure Hunt with Annika Rice in it, right the way through to Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade. That was an interesting one for the company to do. It was an eye-opener for me because it was probably the first time that somebody had approached me with a completed script and storyboard with a sequence that I was pretty certain we couldn't do, but I accepted it. Okay, I'll keep an eye. It was Indiana Jones and his father escaping in a biplane, being chased by two German fighters. Okay. To chase a slow 100-mile-an-hour airplane with a 300-mile-an-hour fighter is not easy because the fighters are overtaking the whole time. To a degree, a lot of it was done with special effects.